Welcome back to another tutorial. My name is Christine from Portable Entrepreneur, and today I'm going to be walking you through the entire SEMrush dashboard. If you've been following the channel at all, you know that for years, SEMrush has been by far my favorite SEO and marketing tool. And one of my favorite things about them is that they are continuously improving their tools and releasing new ones. And at this point, they have over 55 different marketing tools and reports. And here I want to show you the ins and outs of each of them so that you can get the most benefit from them. So if you are an SEO working on client websites or you run your own websites, here you're going to see how to use SEMrush to improve your SEO rankings and other marketing efforts. So what we're going to be doing is diving into each of the different features. So if you are brand new to SEMrush, we're going to walk step by step through all of the different parts. But if you are familiar with SEMrush and you just want some more insight on a particular feature, you can use the timestamps below just to go ahead and jump to that section. So without wasting any time, let's jump right into the dashboard and I'm going to show you everything they have for you. So jumping right into the SEMrush dashboard over here on the left-hand side, you're going to see the different toolkits here. We have an SEO section, local SEO, advertising, social media, content marketing, trends, and your agency solutions here. But within SEO, for example, we have different toolkits. We have competitive research, keyword research, link building, on-page and technical SEO, and they even have their sub-tools all listed there, which we're going to be diving into because by the end of this, I want you to walk away with your own website project fully set up here and have access to so much information that is going to help you improve the rankings of the site that you're working on right now. What I highly recommend that you do is you pause this video for a moment, jump down into the description below, click on the link to grab a free trial. This is going to be an extended trial that you're not going to find on their website. And there is no better way to learn and to, of course, access all the data than to actually just get in there and do this yourself. So don't just sit here and watch. Make sure to pick up the free trial so you can begin popping in your or your client's website and then follow through. Really get hands-on, work alongside me here so that you can see everything that is involved. Okay, we're going to start off with the first tool now. But before we jump into the very first tool, we want to go ahead and set up a new project. And as you can see, it is prompting us to do exactly that right here in the center of our screen. A project is going to keep track of all of your website's progress, and then you're going to see the project show up here in your dashboard. So as soon as you log in, you should be redirected to this dashboard that's going to list out all of your projects. So if you have one site, that's great. You'll be able to see what's going on here and what it is that you specifically need to be working on. So we can enter our website domain here. You can pop yours in as you follow along and click Start Now. Now that we have put in our website domain, we're going to see a few things here. First, we're going to see their new tool called Copilot AI, and it has given us some immediate recommendations so that we can click through and see all of the recommendations. And these are really alerts like, hey, we've noticed something going on with your website. This is probably something you want to pay attention to and see if there's something that you can do about this. But below, this is where you are going to see the list of projects. So in this case, we have just set up an example project for now, so we only have this one. But as you go across this row here, you see there are several of things that we need to set up. So this is going to be very important. This is going to allow us to set up all of these essential tools and all of the tracking that we want to have happen for us. Now, several of these tools we can just automate so that they can just send you an email or let you know when there's something new for you to be working on here. So we have our site audit here, position tracking, really everything that is related to SEO that we need to do. So this is where we want to go one by one and set these up. So let's say we want to start off by looking at our current rankings. We'll go over here to position tracking and we are going to click setup. Now, as we set up a lot of these, we're going to end up just leaving some of the default settings, but you can always customize any of this. In our case here, we want the search engine that it is tracking the keywords in to be Google. So we will leave that here and we will leave desktop as the default. So now we need to enter in a location. Now, if you are working on national SEO, anyone in the country can search for these keywords and be a valuable visitor for you, then you can just enter a country. But if you want to get specific, you can also enter a city here and get as specific as you want to here. So we are going to set this as United States. And if this is a local business, so this could be the restaurant, the hotel, an HVAC company, landscaping company, pool builders, so forth. Anyone that only can serve customers in that local geographic area, you can also enter the business's full name that matches their Google business profile, so it can track your rankings in the local map here as well. So now we can continue on to keywords. As you can see, there's only 2 sections we need to go through to set up position tracking. And here, this is where we are going to be able to add the keywords that we want to track. Now, you will always be able to add to this list later. So if you don't have a fully comprehensive list, you're not sure about all of the keywords, you're going to be able to come back and add to your list down the road. So I'm just going to pop in a small list of keywords for now. And then notice down here at the bottom, this checkbox, send me weekly ranking updates via email. So if you don't want to always have to log in and check, or you're going to be doing something else, you can always just opt for them to send you an update via email. So we're going to start tracking. Now, as it continues to gather some of this information here, there are going to be a few ways that you can actually add keywords in at a later time, which I tend to do after a project has already been set up. So you're going to be able to just manually list these out. If you have a campaign that you've already started and you've added keywords, you're going to be able to import them from your campaign here within SEMrush. So you'll be able to go over to the domain report. You can use AdWords to pull in those keywords for you. You'll be able to select how many keywords you want and simply add those. Now, if you have Google Analytics already set up, which hopefully you do, if you don't, that's definitely something you want to go get set up. You are going to be able to pull in the keywords from Google Analytics just by connecting your account here. It's going to import those keywords for you. And the last thing that you'll be able to do is if you have a file that you want to import that lists out all of the keywords that you want to track, you can simply import the file. So you'll always be able to go to your settings and to your tracked keywords, and you'll see all of the options listed out right here. So that'll be easy enough way to add these in. So for the sake of this example, I'm just going to add a handful more keywords, even though I'll come back and add some more later. Click Add Keywords to Campaign. That will now take us from 7 to 15 keywords, and click Save Changes. So now that our position tracking has been set up, and it's going to take us over here to this overview page. This is where you're going to be able to see a summary of your domain, how it's performing, your estimated traffic, your average positions for the different keywords that you just set up. And you're going to be able to also track both of your paid and the organic keywords that you're going to rank for. So just based on the handful of keywords here that I put in, we see that we have some initial keywords ranking. We see that we only have a few of those ranking here, one of which is in the top 20 and a few of them in the top 100. So certainly anything that is appearing here in the top 10, the top 20, those are where I'm going to start because those are what I consider quick wins. These are ones that are already ranking. They just need that extra boost, that extra little bit of optimization or a little bit of extra work done to boost them up a little bit further. So this is where, as we add more keywords, we're importing more of them from our campaign. Then I will start with looking at the ones that are ranking highly, but we want to get them really to the very top there so we can start there. This will help us just get some initial traffic while we work on some of the keywords that aren't ranking at all or are not ranking very well yet. Now you're going to see across the top here that we have several tabs. The first tab here is landscape. Now under this landscape report here, this is where you can just get a super quick overview of your campaign and the progress you are seeing, as you're going to be able to see, again, domains trend in visibility, the estimated traffic, as well as your top keywords and any that are underperforming. So this gives us an average position of where we're performing. So we obviously need a lot of improvement here. And we can also see how many keywords we have in the top 3, the top 10, 20, and 100 positions. And it will give us a chart based on that. But most of these keywords here are ranking below the 20th position here or not at all until we at least add add in some more of those keywords. Now, because we are just setting this up here, as we allow this data to run a little bit, when we come back, we're going to have more comparison to how the site is improving or declining, so we can get a better idea of the overall health of the website and whether we are improving or we are just kind of staying steady or even declining here. So you also notice that we have this feature called SERP features here, and this is going to show us where we're ranking. So we do have a ranking here in the local pack. We can see that we have some here that are coming up in related searches, in reviews, and a site link. So you can see what you are coming up with there. Now, next up, we have the Overview tab. You'll notice here at the very top, we have several drop downs here where we can add a domain. Now, these are all for our competitors. We haven't gone in and added who our competitors are just yet. So we'll be able to do that and come back here so we compare the rankings, the position tracking for both our own website and for our competitors, so we can see how we are ranking compared to them as well. Now, SEMrush is going to already give some specific suggestions based on your keywords for who your competitors may be. Typically, though, I like to go in and add in my own here. Now, down below, this is going to show us our visibility. Now, this starts to be really helpful, of course, as you come back, and it is tracking your day-to-day progress. You're going to be able to see a nice chart here showing you if your visibility is increasing, your traffic is increasing, your average position is increasing. You're going to be able to track all of that right here. And it's really easy to take in that information because it's a nice graph. The line is either going up or it's going down. Now, down below here, we have our rankings overview. And this is going to give us all of the keywords that the website is ranking for. And it gives us some additional information over here on this chart. So this is giving us the intent. So for instance, here we have commercial intent. We have navigational. Is this person just putting this keyword because they're trying to navigate to a specific page? Transactional, are they actually trying to buy something? We have informational, they're seeking out specific information. So when you understand the intent of a keyword, that's going to help you better create content or know how to update that content based on what that visitor is likely trying to do based on their search. Now, what is actually really neat here is that they have this little drop down for their SERP features. And this is going to show you the different types of features that are showing up on Google search results. And this will give you an idea of different ways that you can rank just besides showing up organically in search results. So you could potentially show up in the local pack. Images may appear, people may be looking for reviews. Some of the results may actually have site links where it's their page, but below that they have some additional links to other pages on their website as well, and some more related searches. So that can give you ideas of additional ways that you may be able to rank for that particular keyword. So again, over time, this is where this is going to be helpful to see, okay, on this specific day where we first ran this, what position were we ranking in and where are we now after some time has happened here? And you'll be able to see the difference. It's going to either tell you, positively you've gone up, or maybe it'll say -3, you have dropped 3 positions. And so this will give you an idea of the traffic, the volume. And so one thing that I like to do is if I'm, again, looking for some quick wins, how can I take the content that is already ranking and try to increase the ranking of those particular pages first before I take the time and effort and money to create new content and rank that from scratch? How can I get some quick wins here? So for instance, with this very first keyword, we see that we have a keyword difficulty column. Now, keyword difficulty is based out of a score of 100, with 100 being the hardest. And we are at 11 here. So this is telling me that this keyword is pretty easy to rank for. And we are currently in position 12, and it's got a search volume of about 590. So this is a page that I would go in and look at if it's relatively easy to rank for, and we're not in a good position necessarily to get clicks because we're on page 2, But if we could bump it up a few positions, now we're on page 1. And so we can work a little bit and optimize this a little bit better to help us get a higher ranking on that first page. And that could get us some traffic relatively quickly. Now we can compare that here to us ranking position 24, but the keyword difficulty here is quite a bit harder. It is a 46. And so it does have higher search volume, but it is going to be harder to get from this position to the first page than it will be for this one. So this doesn't mean that I'm not going to work on this second option here, the second keyword here. It might mean I just prioritize the first one. The same thing with this third option here. We have a pretty easy to rank for keyword as well. We're in position 48, so not as great as the first one, same search volume. But again, I may be able to bump this up a little bit easier than when the keyword has a difficulty score of 46, or this one down here has a 72, a 50, 51. These are relatively higher scores. So again, we can also look down here. Okay, we're not ranking here, but this only has an 8. So why aren't we ranking? Do we need to better optimize for that? What's happening for these keywords? So this is a really good way to see where you're ranking, see where your competitors are ranking for these keywords as well, and be able to start to prioritize which of these keywords and pages you specifically start to work on first to get some faster traffic coming into your website. Now let's look at the rankings distribution. Now the rankings distribution report compares your site's performance to the competitors, and it's really focusing on those top 3, top 10, top 20, and 100 within the organic search results. So this is where we'll be able to come in and add some of the competitors here. So I'm going to add in an example competitor here just as an example here. And we will look at the comparison here. So we can see a rankings overview. And this tells us already that this competitor has more visibility than the site we are looking at. They have more traffic that is coming in. But then we can see the overview of the keywords. Now this is based on the keywords that we put in. And we can see that they have more in the top 3, the top 10, top 20, top 100, they are ranking above this particular website. So we're also able to click through to their website and we're able to see an overview for their specific site as well. So of course we're setting this all up to see our own data, but we will want to take a look specifically at the competitors, which we will be getting into more and more as well. Now we also have the pages tab here as well. And what this is helpful to see is which of our pages are actually newly ranked, which ones are lost, which ones are bringing in this traffic, what's their position, their volume, and it gives us a good overview here. And I like to take a look at this because I want to see which of these keywords are new, which of them have been lost. So if we start to lose a keyword, we can jump on that quickly and take action so that we don't lose that traffic for a longer amount of time without even realizing that that is happening. The next tab is cannibalization. Now that is going to require one of the higher SEMrush plans. But if you are not familiar with this is simply when a website has multiple pages that are all targeting the same topic or keyword. So let's say you have 2 separate pages and both of them are targeting the same keyword. And what happens is those 2 keywords, because they're on the same website and they're targeting the same keyword, they are competing against each other, which means oftentimes both of those pages end up losing rankings because Google doesn't know which of those pages to rank. So if that is happening on your site, this is something you would definitely want to know about. And it's going to list all of those occurrences right here under this tab. So then you would know about them and you can quickly fix them to make sure that the correct page is the one that starts to increase in rankings here. Now, next up, we have competitors discovery. Competitor discovery is just like it sounds like. This is where you're going to be able to find all the domains that are competing with your site for the keywords that you want to go for. So this is really a report that's going to help you find who your biggest online competitors are. So again, you can bring your own list of competitors, add them in here, but SEMrush is also going to give you the opportunity to add them as competitors and be able to track them and monitor your progress against theirs as well. So at the top here, you have this easy to see competition map, and this is showing us based on the competitors that they've added in for us, who is actually taking up the most visibility and is getting the most traffic here. So we see the number of keywords that they're ranking for. So we see these guys have the most keywords, and we can see that they have higher positions because up top here, this is 0. So we can see that these guys have some of the top positions where these guys may have some keywords, but they are a bit lower here. So we can see that they have 10% visibility, their average position of 21, and they have 14 of our keywords in the top 100 here. Now, if we scroll down below here, we're going to see some of the different websites that this software is actually telling us that are our potential competitors. So we'll be able to get some general traffic information over here on the right. Now, if we want them to be a specific competitor, we can also click on this little settings icon, and we can hide them if we do not actually want them to be a competitor. Let's say, for instance, this one we do not believe is going to be our main competitor here. We don't really want to track them. And in this case, that would be true. We can click to hide that domain so we don't need to see their data anymore. But let's say, for instance, this would be a good competitor for us to track. We can either click on the settings icon and click add to competitors, or simply click the button add to competitors. And this is going to be one of the websites here that we track their progress against ours. Let's go ahead though and add in some of our own competitors. So we can do that up here at the top. Right now we see we have the just one competitor that we added just a moment ago. And we can go ahead and pop in the domain of a competitor here and add that to the list. I'll add another one here real quick. And finally, just one last one. And we'll go ahead and save those changes. So now as we jump back over to some of the other tabs like overview or ranking distribution here, we're going to be able to add in the names of the competitors that we just added. And now that we have some more targeted competitors, this is more helpful because now we're going to be able to see who's going up in traffic. We can see this site's dropped a little bit, but this one's gone up a bit. We can see who has the most visibility here. So we can really start to see which competitors are doing the best, and that way we can go in and we can pay attention to them. So all the reports as we go through this that we're running for our own website, we're going to want to run on some of our top competitors as well, so we can see what's working for them. We also have a devices and locations tab. So in this section, you're going to be able to track a website search visibility across multiple devices, whether it's desktop, phone, tablets, and you can also set this up to track specific locations, even if you're focusing on the city level. So for instance, this particular website tracks a few different states, primarily within the United States, but even more specifically, they go into several of the cities within those states. But not even all of the cities that they track are specifically within those states. So it's good for them to be able to track different areas. So this is where it would be helpful to add a new target to focus in on those specific areas and see how they're performing on different devices as well. So this website targets a lot of people in one specific city. So we can simply type that in, and that's going to show us that volume on a local level here. So now we can start tracking that, and it just takes a moment for it to pull in all the keyword data here, and it will bring us back to the dashboard here. And this is how we're going to start tracking those local rankings as well, right back here in our position tracking. Now let's look at the last tab here in this section, which is featured snippets. Now, if you're not familiar with featured snippets, these are additional opportunities for you to rank in search results. They tend to take up more space, draw more attention, even if they are not the top listing. So it is a good way to be able to get more clicks, even without a top ranking. And these featured snippets can be local pack rankings, videos, images, people also ask, reviews, site links, and so forth. So here, this is going to show how many of the keywords that you are ranking for are actually displaying as a featured snippet in search results. So right now, the site we're working on, or at least for the keywords that we've added, do not show up in any of the featured snippets. However, if you recall, if we go back over here to the overview page and we go down to our rankings overview here, we have this SERP features column right here. So here we can see that for this particular keyword, there are 6 opportunities. So we are not ranking for them, but these are the 6 snippet features that are available that we could be ranking for. So this means these are opportunities that exist right now, so we can work on these opportunities too, and not only organic search results. So if you go and you're looking in Google at a new keyword and you see some of these SERP features showing up, you can work to improve your content or create new content that you're working on to show up there as well. So check what is appearing already in those SERP features, and then you need to do better than that, and hopefully that will help your website replace what is currently ranking there. Now, as you add more keywords, as you work to improve the content specifically for certain featured snippets, you'll be able to come back and see if you have gained any of those and how you are ranking there. So now that position tracking has been set up, let's go ahead and set up the site audit. To get to our site audit, we can either go over here to the left-hand navigation bar, and under the on-page and technical SEO section, we can click on Site Audit. And here we can simply select our campaign name and click Start Audit. Now what we're going to do is we are going to head over to our SEO dashboard. And as you can see, it is already starting to be filled out with information based on the last tool that we have set up. And some of the remaining tools that you saw previously in our project dashboard are now here on the right-hand side. And we see the first option here is the site audit. Now the SEMrush site audit, this is a crawler that really helps you to analyze the health of a website. So what's going to happen is it's going to run over 130 on-page and technical SEO checks. And this is just going to analyze the overall health of your website. And then when you go in, you fix some of those issues, this is going to create a healthier website. It is going to give a boost for SEO. So this is really checking for some of the basic issues like duplicate content, broken links, to some of the more in-depth or advanced strategies from HTTPS implementation, different attributes, crawlability, indexability, and then it's going to break down what is most important for you to fix. So this can really help you figure out where you should start so you know what is going to make the biggest impact when it comes to SEO for your website. So what we're going to do here is we're going to click on this setup button here. And the first thing that we need to do is configure the site audit. Now you'll see that there are 6 different sections here, and these are just different settings that allow you to really configure how you want your site audit to run. If you want to skip all of that, or you're just not sure what to do, you technically can just come right down here to the Start Site Audit button and click that, and it will just begin to run the audit for you. Now you will always be able to come back and edit these settings. So if you want to run it and then you decide you want to change anything, you can do that. But I'm here to show you how to use this. So I'm going to show you what these settings are, and then we'll go ahead and run this site audit and look at it together. The first setting here is domain and limit of pages. So we have a few settings here. The first is a crawl scope. If we click on the pencil icon here, what we can do is specify a specific domain, subdomain, or subfolder that we want to have audited. For this, we would like the entire website to be audited, but we don't need any subdomains to be audited. So we're going to uncheck this box and click Save Changes. The next is the limit of checked pages. So this is how many pages do you want checked per audit. So remember, if we schedule an audit to automatically happen every single week, or we come in and let's say we manually run a site audit a couple of times a week, we just need to make sure that we are checking our SEMrush subscriptions so that we know how many pages per month we can run. The next is crawl source here. So you're going to have 4 different options. The first is crawling from your website, and this means that SEMrush is going to crawl your site like the Google bot. So it's going to start out on the homepage and then navigate through the links that they see within the code. The next option, or really 2 options here, refer to the sitemap. So you have sitemaps on site and enter sitemap URL. Both will do the same thing, and it's just a matter of how your sitemap is found. So with the sitemaps on site, this simply means that you're going to go out and look for your sitemap that you have on your website, and they're going to crawl the URLs only that are found within that sitemap. Now, if you want to give them a specific URL to your website, then you can pop that sitemap URL in here and it will crawl the URLs from that sitemap. Now, you also have URLs from file. So if you create a file with a list of specific URLs that you want to have audited, you can upload that file right here and the site audit will only run for those specific pages. So for this, we are just going to select website, and we have this option here to send an email every time an audit is complete. So if, again, when we get to scheduling this, you want the audit to automatically come to your email, you can set that right here. Now, we don't want to click Start Site Audit just yet, since we want to go through a few more of these settings. So we're going to go to the next section, which is crawler settings. Here we have a few settings to choose from. The first is user agent, and this is simply the user agent that you want to crawl your website. So you see here we have SEMrush bot and the Google bot, and notice that you can select between a desktop and a mobile version, as you can run this audit for both versions of your website. So for now, we're going to leave it as the top option here, and we're going to move on to the next, which is crawl delay. Now there's 3 different options for you to choose from, and this is simply how fast the bot is going to crawl your website. So if you leave this option selected here, the minimum delay between pages, this is just going to run at the normal rate. Now, if you have specified how quickly the site can be crawled within your robots.txt file and you want them to honor what you have there, you can simply click respect robots.txt, and you can also select for it to run 1 URL per 2 seconds. So if you're wondering why someone would change the rules here and why wouldn't we just go with the normal option here, this is typically if you find that a crawler is slowing down your website and you don't want to have any page speed issues while the audit is running, then you may select from one of these other options. Otherwise, you can just select the normal site audit crawl. Now, the last option we have here is JS rendering. Now, this is a newer option, and JavaScript rendering allows the crawler to execute JS files and see the same content your visitors do. So that way you get more accurate crawl results, which is pretty similar to the Googlebot ones, and a better picture of your site's health. So basically, if you choose to leave JS rendering as disabled, the site audit is only going to look at your website's HTML faster. So basically, if you decide to leave JS rendering as disabled, what is going to happen is that the site audit is only going to look at the website's HTML, and that means the audit is going to run faster. It's not going to slow down your site at all, but on the flip side, the results are going to be less accurate. So if you do enable it, it may slow down, it may run a little slower, might slow down the site a little bit while it's running, but you're going to have more accurate results. Now let's go on to allow, disallow URLs. If you have specific, let's say, pages or even subdirectories on your website that you do want crawled, you can add them here. And if you have any that you do not want crawled, then you can add those specifically here. That way you're not wasting any of your crawl usage. So if, let's say, you have a subdirectory here, and let's say you call this services, and you would like services to be run, but you don't want, let's say, services/services5 to be run or anything in that subdirectory, that's how you'll be able to add this in here and make that change. But I'm going to remove this since that does not apply to the site. And let's move on to remove URL parameters. Now, as with allow and disallow URLs, this is not a required setting that you have to fill out. However, if your site uses any parameters, and these are typically at the end of a URL, you are giving specific instructions using what is called a parameter, and this gives instructions to the web browser. So sometimes this is used, let's say, for ad tracking, for instance. So if it said UTM medium, UTM source, page, language category. So if you add any of these parameters in, what this is doing is essentially telling them only crawl the pages that we have told you up until this point. But if you get any pages that has these parameters in the URL, then don't audit those pages again. So this can keep the audit from actually automating the same page twice one from the URL that you set and the second from the URL that actually has the parameter added into it as well. So that will keep it nice and clean. And the next one here is bypass website instructions. If there's any restriction on the website in the robots.txt, for example, and if you're not familiar with that and this is a new site you've set up, then this probably isn't the case. But if you have any restriction that is set within the robots.txt file or within the robots meta tag where you've asked them not to crawl the site, but now you actually want them to go ahead and do that, then you can check this box to bypass that setting. What you're going to have to do is confirm that you own this domain. So what you're actually going to need to do is upload this file. So this is very much like the process that you can go through when you're setting up your Google Search Console account. So if you've already done that, which if you have not, you should go and do that, then you can just upload this file in the same way. If you prefer, you can have them crawl your website credentials. So if there is, for instance, a part of the website that is blocked with a login, you're going to be able to put in your login details there, and the bot will actually use that login information to access that area of your site. So now lastly, what we can do is go ahead and schedule this. So if you want your website audit to be scheduled, then you can say yes, every single Monday or every single Thursday, we want the site to automatically be run, and then you'll be able to have that email sent to you when the audit is complete. So if you're only doing this once, you can select once here, and then we are ready to start the site audit by simply clicking Start Site Audit. The site audit has now been completed, and when we ran this together, we went through the settings. If you recall, one of the first settings was asking us how many pages we wanted the audit to crawl, and there we selected 100 pages. You can now see that it has crawled 100 pages. So what I did is after the audit finished, I clicked on this warning icon here and I went to change page limit, and I changed it from 100 pages to 1,000 pages, and I saved that, and then I went ahead and reran it. And you can rerun the audit anytime. So if you selected just to run this audit once, or you wanted to run it every Thursday, but then you change your mind, you want to go in and edit that, you can simply click on the settings icon here and rerun the campaign. And then what's going to happen is it will give you the numbers here that you see at the bottom. So if yours just has the top, that's fine. This is the first time you ever ran the audit. However, if you rerun it like I did, whether you do it now because you've adjusted some settings or you come back and do it in the future, it's going to show you this bottom row of numbers because it's going to show you what got worse or what got better, so you know where to put your attention here. So you can see we have some different numbers running across. We have our site health score, which is right now 68. So when I ran it with only 100 pages, it was an 82, but because now it has a more realistic view of the entire site versus just a small portion of this, then now we have a health score of 68. So this is something we definitely pay attention to. The site health is a percentage number between 0 and 100. So this number is based on the number of errors and warnings that are found during the crawl in relation to the number of checks that were performed. So remember that we're looking at over 130 different factors when they're compiling the site audit for you. The higher the number that you have, getting up towards 100, the better off it is, the healthier your score is. So 68, well, that's not that great. If I had the 82, that wouldn't be too bad. We could go in and fix some things and boost that score. But at 68, I definitely want to get in there and see what's going on. So we'll get into all of these and what these mean, but let's go ahead and click through and look into more details of the site audit. So as you can see here, we have a lot of numbers and a lot of information here. And we also have several tabs here going across the top. So we're going to dive into all of these. So this actually doesn't look overwhelming to you, and it's going to make sense what these numbers mean and where you start, what you should actually do with this. So if you're kind of overwhelmed with how all of this looks, just give this a little bit of time and let's just walk through this together. So as you can see at the top, we are already on the site audit overview tab, and that's where we're going to be starting here. Just as the tab name suggests, we are getting an overview of what is going on. So again, we have the site health here in the top left-hand corner. We have a 68%. So as you continue to run more audits, you go in, you fix some of the issues that we're going to take a look at here, you come back, you rerun it, it's going to show you the change that you've experienced based on these errors and the work that you've done. So here it's telling us below our site health score that our site, while it has a 68, the top 10% of websites have a score of 92. Now, this isn't necessarily competitors of yours, but this is all sites. So if you really want to narrow down by category, then you can see we have this drop down menu here, and we can see that some of the numbers drop down into the 70s, even the 80s going down. So this will give you an idea based on the industry that you specifically are in versus just all websites across the board, across all categories that have a score of 92%. So now right across the top, we have this bar for errors, warnings, and notices. And this is where you want to start. This is going to tell you the specific issues that you need to work on. So the errors are in red here, and they are in red because they are the biggest issues that when you correct these issues, they're going to make the biggest impact on your SEO. So this site has 150 errors. So that is something that we need to work on. And if we move over to warnings, well, we have over 2,000 warnings, but sometimes you'll fix one and it will end up fixing many of these issues because maybe you can fix one issue, but that impacts many pages. And this is breaking this down by page. So if you're like, oh my goodness, I have 2,600 warnings, it may not be something you have to go to each individual page to do, but we'll take a look at that here in a moment. Now we also have notices here in blue. You can see that the site has nearly 1,100 notices. So notices are more information that you may find helpful, that you may find useful for fixing your site, but they're not going to impact your overall site health score in the same way. So this is really a way for you to say, okay, what are the biggest issues and where should I start? Well, that's right here with errors. These are the biggest impact errors and you need to fix those first. So once these are resolved, then that is when you want to come over to warnings and actually look at those. So we're going to look at some of these specifically, but I want to show you a few more things here on this overview page. So over here, we have crawled pages. We can see that there was 1,000 pages that were crawled, and we can see that we have 9 of those that are completely healthy. We have 16 that are broken pages. 931 of those have issues. And again, this might just be that it's something that we can fix once and it impacts all, or there might be things that are on an individual page basis that we're going to have to go in. 39 of them have redirects and 5 of them are blocked. So you may notice that these are clickable here. So if you ever want a list of specific pages, you'll be able to go in there just like here. And if you click on any of the numbers here, that's going to take you directly to that section if you're not using the tabs up on top. So with most of all of the data that you'll find in the dashboards, simply clicking on it is going to take you to a detail page telling you these are the specific pages that have this issue. So you can just take that information, that list, and go work on it. Now here in the middle, we have thematic reports, and you'll see we have several boxes here. So these reports are looking at specific aspects of a website where common issues are found. So starting with crawlability, likewise, you're going to be able to go in and get more details here. But again, this is still the 0 to 100% score, with the higher number being better for you. So when it comes to crawlability, this is how easily search engine bots can crawl your website and actually find what they're looking for. So if we have a 79%, it's not too bad, but crawlability is very important for SEO. If the search engines are unable to crawl your website, well, they're not going to index and display your content. So we would be able to click into this number or click on view details here, and we'll be able to go in and have a very specific list of what we need to fix and where we need to fix it on our website. But again, my very first issue that I'm going to be paying attention to is making sure that I'm fixing the errors before I'm coming down to some of these crawlability issues. Now we also have HTTPS here as the next box. We have a 93%, which is pretty good, but this is going to help you diagnose any issues related to a website's transition from HTTP to HTTPS. So if you've recently made that transition, this is going to let you know really how well that's going. Now in our international SEO box here, if you have added the href language tag to your website, which you would do if you are focusing on international SEO efforts. If you're not, then that's not something you need to worry about. But if you have any issues or errors that are coming up, that is going to appear here. But since we do not have that tag, we do not need it, it is not going to report anything for us here. Now they have Core Web Vitals showing up here next. This is actually one thing that is amazing to me about SEMrush is that as the SEO landscape changes a bit, because years ago that wasn't even a thing, they're always producing new tools that are going to help you with that change. So they have a Core Web Vital score, and as you can see, we are scoring very poorly here. So that is something that is absolutely crucial that we need to take care of, but we definitely need to go in here and figure out how to fix that. So if you're not familiar with Core Web Vitals, what it is and how to fix these issues, I have a quick video that gives you the deep dive into exactly what it is, how you can go about fixing it, the free tools you can use to help test for your score and see what your issues are. But this is what you're going to be able to look at as well. So with site performance, which is up next here, we are scoring an 87%. And this is looking at the site's page load speed and performance. So anything related to just keeping your website running fast. So we have an 87%, not bad, but we'll definitely end up coming back to this to see what's causing us to not have a higher score, because we want to make sure that we can get our website running as quickly as possible. It's going to tie into our Core Web Vitals score a bit as well, but we want to give our visitors the best experience we can, which in turn is always good for SEO. Our next box up here is internal linking. Now with internal linking, this looks at how well a site links between its pages. So if you are dealing with external links that is pointing from one site to an entirely different site, with internal linking, that is linking from your site to another page on your website. So if you have any pages, let's say, that are not linked to from anywhere else on your site, those are considered orphan pages. So you want to make sure that your pages are linked to some other page on your website. Definitely very important. Now this really helps find different pages on your website. It links them to useful information and also helps these Google bots go in and crawl your website so they get all of your content and not just some of it. So with a score of 69, it looks like there may be some pages that we definitely could go in and get a boost with internal links. Now we have our last box here in our thematic reports, which is the markup. They have a markup tool to see how well we are doing markup, and then we can look at any details here to improve. But of course, for this particular site, we don't need to do that just yet. Now our first box on the bottom row here is robots.txt, and you just want to make sure that there's no changes that are unexpected. You want to make sure that that file is available, so there's nothing that we need to do. And lastly here, we have our top issues. So this is your little running to-do list of the things that you need to focus on. So you'll see here, it has a list of each of the top issues, and we're able to get more details. So we have a full list and everything going on. We can see some of our top issues is we have 2 duplicate content. So this is prioritizing that issue. There's nearly 100 pages that have slow page load speed, and we have 600 pages that do not have a meta description, but we can see they're labeled errors or warnings. So we can see which ones we need to focus on over others. Now, another nice thing about SEMrush is if you come to this page, let's say duplicate content, and you're like, okay, well, there's an error, I need to fix it. I don't know really exactly what to do with this. Not only can you click in and it's going to tell you specifically like these are the 2 pages. So then you know exactly what you need to look at. It's also going to give you this option here of why and how to fix it. So it's going to tell you more about the issue, and it's going to tell you specifically how to go in and fix it. And if there's more resources like here at the bottom, it will link to that so you can go in to really make sure that you understand what the issue is and how you're going to be able to go in and resolve it. So even for instance, if this is your site and you want to figure out what's going on, but you don't want to hire a full-on SEO agency to handle everything, and maybe you just want to worry about specific issues, this is going to let you pull out a report of the errors and say, hey, web developer, I need you to specifically fix these issues. So they're not running an entire SEO campaign. They're not handling everything for you. You're just giving them that list of issues. So you can always do this by clicking on PDF, and you can send an overview or a full site audit to anyone. So if you wanted to send this to a client, you can do that. If you wanted to send this to a potential client, or you just want to send this over to a web developer, this is an option for you to be able to do that. And you can schedule reports to go out regularly if you want to as well. Now, if you are an agency and you have their agency growth kit, you'll be able to even white label this report and even use your client portal there as well, but we're not going to go into that right now. Now, another option here as well is that you can export any of the reports. So again, you can get specific on what exactly you want pulled. If you want just the issues, let's say, you can export that into an Excel file so that you can send that over to a developer to be able to work on. Okay, back to these issues here. Let's now start looking at what the issues are. So let's come over here to the Issues tab now. And this is going to give you a full list of all of the errors and what actually is going well with your site too. So we can see that we have 9 different errors, and it lists out each of those errors here at the top. And then down below, all of these in green, these are all the things that are going well with their website. So if you get overwhelmed with the top list here, just remember there's also a lot of things that have been going right. We just need to focus on these things at the top here. So we have 98 pages with the slow load speed, 17 internal links that are broken, 15 pages with a 400 status code, and so forth. And then of course down below we'll have all of our warnings, and we'll have our notices down here as well. But we can easily go in between those two just by clicking the errors, the warnings, or the notices here at the top as well. So if we just want to start with just the errors, and we're going to be able to fix that, because again, remember, this is where we want to start and fix these issues first. So you can also filter by the category here. So if you just want to focus on a particular type of error, then you can filter through just those, and it's going to give you just the HTTP status errors. So if you want to fix all of those at one time, that is a great way to do that. As I mentioned before, we also had many warnings. So we saw over 2,000, nearly 2,700 warnings overall. And I mentioned that oftentimes when you fix one of those, it will actually trickle out to many pages here. So as you can see here, we have 921 pages that they're saying that have low text to HTML ratio. We have 600 pages that don't have the meta description. We have external images that are broken. We have external links that are broken. So these things, the meta descriptions, the external links and images, those are all easy fixes. However, they just are a little bit tedious. They're going to take you some time to actually go through and do. Now, another thing that you can do, which is really, really helpful, is to click this Send To button. And you can see that SEMrush has their own CRM that you can use. They have Trello, and you can create a Zap as well if you want to be able to send it to a different project management software, let's say, that you are currently using. So this is a nice way if you want to keep all of your errors or warnings, a list of tasks that you need to work on, let's say on a Trello board, and that way you can keep it all organized and you can use it with a team. You'll be able to move it between boards saying this is what we need to do. These are the tasks that are in progress. These are the ones that we've finished. That is a nice way to be able to work if you want to stay organized about it. And if for any reason you prefer not to work here in the SEMrush dashboard, that's always an option for you. Now, if you ever want to hide an issue from the audit, you can simply click on this eye icon here and it will exclude that. So let's go ahead and pick an issue here. Let's start, let's say, with the 600 pages that don't have meta descriptions. And let's click in to get some more detailed information. So again, it's letting us know that this is a warning. It's not an error here. So now what we have here is a list of all of the different page URLs that do not have the meta description. So this is going to be really helpful for us to be able to pinpoint exactly how to fix this issue we'll be able to go back over our site and simply add in the meta description. And we can always find this helpful link again as well, what the issue actually is. How do we go about fixing it? Now, if we would prefer to look at the issues by page, so let's say, for instance, you want to make sure that your most popular pages, the ones that receive the most traffic right now, are error-free, you can also come over to this crawled pages tab. And what this is going to do is going to give you a list of all of the pages that have been crawled, and it's going to give you the number of issues based on page. So here with the home page, that has 21 specific issues. This one is 2, 6, 20. So that way we can dive into those specific page issues. And here we have crawl depth. So this is the number of clicks that someone has to get to from the home page in order to be able to get to this page. So the home page obviously has 0. These all have 1, which is really good. But if you're starting to get to 3, 4, 5 clicks, well, that's definitely an issue. You don't want someone to have to dig that deep to find your content. And that means that search bots are going to have the same issue, having to go through multiple pages just to be able to discover your page. Now, what we can also do is come over here to the statistics tab. This is going to give you additional information about the pages crawled within the site audit. So as you can see here, we have several different statistics that we're going to be looking at, and you can look at this as a list view or in a graph view. So in the first section here, we have pages markup. This shows you how many of your pages have markups and the different types of markups that is being used. So you can see if important pages do not have any markup or there's no markup on your website at all. And this will tell you exactly that. So you can get in and get it added in. The second graph is the pages crawl depth. And this is showing you what we looked at before, is how many clicks does it take from the home page to those important pages. So we have 348 pages where it takes 2 clicks to get there, and we have 56 pages where it only takes 1 click. But you can see there are 282 pages on the site that take at a minimum 4 clicks to get to. So that is definitely something that we want to pay attention to. The next graph is sitemap versus crawled pages. And this is going to tell you how many pages are found in your sitemap. So here we are looking at over 1,200 pages that are present in the sitemap, where only 1,000 pages were crawled by SEMrush in this particular site audit, because that's what we set it to do. But of course, that is what we set it to. But we want to make sure that Google is actually crawling much closer to the number of pages in our sitemap. And if they're not, well, that may mean this is a crawlability issue or some other technical issue that's going on, which is going to show up in our errors section, of course, that we previously looked at in the audit. So we can definitely take care of that and then just monitor those numbers. The fourth graph is HTTP status code. So these codes refer to requests made to a web server by search engines or by site visitors as well. And some of these codes are good and others can definitely negatively impact your SEO. So for instance, if you have a lot of 400 or 500 status codes, that definitely is an issue. But here we have no 500 status codes and we have 15 400 status codes. So we are going to need to pay some attention to these errors here. Next up is AMP links, or also known as accelerated mobile pages link graph here. And if you're not familiar with AMP, this is a way to build web pages for static content that loads faster on mobile devices. So here we are showing that 100% of our pages do not have an AMP link. So if you have AMP pages without having a desktop page, the widget is going to show 100 of the pages with 100% of the pages without those, which means we're going to have to go back to the issues tab to identify any AMP specific issues. Now, next up is incoming internal links graph here. And as we've talked about, the internal links are very important for SEO. They really help to structure the flow of the website and allow crawlers and even visitors to easily navigate through the site's content. So you're going to be able to hover over each of the graphs that appear here, and you're going to be able to see how many pages that have a certain number of internal links pointing to them. So for instance, here we have 452 pages that have 2 to 5 internal links, where over here we have 28 pages that have 16 to 50 internal links. So it's nice to find a happy medium in between having too many and too little. That way we make sure that the crawlers can easily navigate the site and they're not overwhelmed with too many different link paths to follow. Now down at the bottom in the last row, we have canonicalization, and this is going to tell you how many pages that were crawled have the canonical tag in the HTML. If you're not familiar with this tag, it helps to solve SEO issues related to having duplicate content on your website. So if there's any duplicate content issues, that's definitely something to clear up, because that can definitely negatively impact your SEO. And I do believe we saw a little bit of that in our errors. Now in the final box, this is for any site that wants to specify the language and regional URL of a web page. So if you have, as we talked about before, an international site or an international based business, this tag is used as part of an international SEO strategy. So for this site in particular, this is very much a local site. There's no need for this particular tag. If you do have a global international business, then you want to check for this and make sure that you do have this tag here. Now, if you wanted to get into the specifics of these, because on all of these reports, you're going to be able to click through for more detailed information and really narrow down how to fix it, we can simply click on that and it's going to give us a report here. So again, as you notice, we were on a page like this, but this time it simply brought us here with this column that says incoming internal links. And as you can see here, it has started to filter by those issues. Now we have a few more tabs left. So let's come over here now to compare crawls. In this section, you're going to be able to view any of your past site audits on a side-by-side comparison chart here. So this is going to allow you to simply select a date and view the comparisons between the current audit and the one you have selected. So you can always come up here and change the date of the audit, and the more audits you run, the more that will appear here. So if you want to compare audits from the very beginning to, let's say, a month from now, 3 months from now, or even a 6-month time frame to show the differences in the amount of progress in that time, you can do so there. So if you are doing this for a client, let's say, and you want to be able to demonstrate the progress that you've been making, how much you've been fixing, this is a great way to do that. But regardless, this is a really good way to go in and see how your site is continually improving based on the changes that you've been making. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to rerun the audit with more pages, so at first we had 100, I went and reran it a second time with 1,000 pages, is to be able to show you the comparison data. So if I waited a week or a month, we would be able to see this side-by-side comparison of all the changes. So we can see the first audit that I ran and the numbers, we can see the second one that I did, and then we can see the changes there that appeared. So we can see that we have a lot more issues that came, of course, once we had 10 times the amount of pages, and that's just how that goes. Now down below, you can see how we have some general errors. And as we continue to scroll, they're going to be divided into errors. They are going to be divided into warnings. And then, of course, at the very bottom are notices there. So that is how we'll be able to do that full comparison. Next up, we have the Progress tab. And here, this is really going to give us an interactive line graph that's going to help you visualize how the number of issues or other metrics that you've been working on is changing over time as your audits go. So because we ran 2 and we only had 100 pages, and then we immediately reran the second one with more, it looks like our number of issues, of course, is going up. Now, ideally here, of course, you want your issues to be going down. So really, you would want to see a downward slope here. But as you run your first audit, you're not really going to see anything here on the graph because you only have one. So you're going to be coming back to these tabs like the compare crawls and the progress once you have at least 2 audits run. So what's going to happen is next week when we rerun it, or in 2 days after we fix some issues and we rerun it, it's going to start to map this out, and it's going to become really helpful to be able to see this over time. So you'll be able to select here from date and to date. So you can decide, do you want to look at a 30-day view, 90-day view, and be able to see that progress over time. And you'll also be able to look for all of the issues overall. If you want to compare pages crawled or health site, the total warnings, you'll be able to highlight this differently on this line graph as well. The very last tab is our JS impact, and this is simply to see if JavaScript is impacting your rankings and compare content before and after JS rendering. So now we have successfully configured and gone through all of the reporting for our SEO audit. So now we know exactly which technical SEOs we need to fix. So let's head on back over to our project dashboard here. You should now notice your main site audit data right here on your project dashboard. And now you can see we're really starting to get a lot of information here on the dashboard. But even with all this that we see already, this is still only a fraction of the information that you're going to end up with about your site. So that's why all of this is so powerful. So we are now going to be working on the on-page checker. This is one of my favorite sections. And if you have actually used SEMrush in the past years ago, they actually used to call this section SEO ideas. But this is going to give you a complete list of things you can do to improve the rankings of your web pages. Now, on a side note here, when you're looking at how to prioritize tasks, it is actually good to run the site audit first to start taking care of some of the technical SEO errors that are appearing that we just looked at. Now, once at least the most severe errors are taken care of, we can start moving into on-page SEO, which we're about to look at now. This is a really powerful section. You get so much data and information here. This is going to give you specific on-page SEO ideas, semantically related keywords to include on your pages for better rankings. You're going to get target content length and readability. So if you're wondering, is that enough? Did I do good enough as you are writing your content? Well, that's going to tell you here. And you're even going to be given some backlink prospects. So you have some ideas for who to go out and contact to link back to your site. So see, there's a lot that you're about to walk away with from just this very next section. But if you are wondering, well, how do they actually come up with these SEO ideas? How do they know what to do? Where are they getting this information from? Well, they're looking at your top 10 competitors, and that is how they are compiling this data for you. So the very first thing we need to do to configure this is we are going to click on the setup button. And it says to start collecting ideas, select your location. So this is where you want to make sure that you have the right country. Now, if you have a particular region, let's say for instance, this one here is District of Columbia. We can go ahead and set that right here. If you want to get down to even a specific city, and you want to get down to a specific language, then you can even do that right here, and it gives you much more targeted information. And this is a good idea to do if you really are only, let's say, targeting a specific city. You want to drill down to that specific area because really those are going to be the visitors that you care about. That is where the audience is. So this tends to be for local businesses. But if you really want to attract an audience from, let's say, the entire country or beyond, then you don't need to add in a region and start getting even more specific here. And we will continue on here. The next thing we need to do is tell SEMrush which pages we want to optimize and then add in the keywords here. So now what we need to do is let SEMrush know which actual pages we want to optimize and what the keywords are for those particular pages. So what has happened now is we have some pages here that have been auto imported. You can see we have several different sections here. So the auto import function here is going to pull out data or specific web pages based on the organic positions report and the position tracking campaign that you have already set up here. So basically they're pulling the data from those reports and going to suggest pages that you should start working on. So usually they're looking for pages that are ranking between positions 11 and 100 and then giving you some ideas there to boost those up so you can get some faster traffic coming in. Now, if you don't want to work on those pages or you don't believe that the list of pages that they have here are the most important for you to start, then you can come over here to this tab manually. And this is going to allow you to manually insert the pages. So you'll be able to put in the URL of the page, you will enter the target keyword, and you will click add page, and you will be able to continue to do that. Now you can also, and what I think would be much easier, unless you really only have a handful of pages, would be to import this information from a file. So create a CSV file, and you can do that simply setting it up in this format with the page URL and the target keyword. And you can actually just download right here an example here, so you can just update your information and then import that file. So let's say we manually wanted to add a page, we can simply put in the URL and then put in the keyword, things to do with kids in Maryland, and add our page there. You can also pull from your Google Search Console account if you connect it. It will pull in your top ranking pages from there and will give you a list of suggestions based on the pages they think could use a boost here with on-page optimization. If you do not have a Google Search Console account set up, I have a full tutorial on how to go in there and set that out fully so that you can access all the information and also know what to look for, how to use that account. It's a completely free account from Google. Definitely something that you should have set up. And there's really no reason not to connect your Google Analytics, your Google Search Console data right here, because it's just going to give you more precise information and really help you. So to do that, we can click on Connect, find the right account, continue, allow, and then you'll see here it adds in our Google account that we've just signed into, and we can now select our Google Search Console property and our Google Analytics property. And so now it is connected and it will pull in the information based on those accounts. And then lastly, focusing on the ones for organic research, which it shows you what your position is. So for instance, some of these up here, we really need a bit of a boost, but it's going to show you the volume here as well. So you can see, is it really worth trying to get a boost for those particular keywords? So what we can do from here is choose to go ahead and start collecting ideas, but I want to show you the 2 additional settings that we have here as well. So again, like we did earlier, we can select a user agent. Do we want to use the SEMrush bot or the Google bot? And then again, we can schedule this. So if you're going to work on these ideas on a weekly basis, let's say you can select a weekly report and it's going to send you an email update every single Monday and let you know what specifically you can work on for a particular page or for the set of pages here that you are tracking. So with all that set up, we can go ahead and click Collect Ideas. All right, our report has been configured for us, and this is a really fun part to work on because this really allows you to get into the pages you want to rank and really start to see some progress. So as you can see here, we have 551 different optimization ideas, and we have 87 pages to optimize per their recommendation. So let's go in and see what we've got here. Right now, we are on the overview page here, and we have 3 additional tabs across the top. We have optimization ideas, top 10 benchmarking, and idea tasks. So this has a lot of good information for us here. In the total ideas section here at the top, we can see that our 551 optimization ideas are broken down into the different categories here: strategy ideas, backlink ideas, user experience, technical SEO, and so forth. And if you're wondering what any of these are, you can simply hover over the particular category and it will give you additional information about those. Again, this is why I find SEMrush really helpful, even if you don't have tons of experience, to be able to get in there and actually understand what some of these terms are and how to fix them. Now down below, we have the top pages to optimize. And for this page, we have 7 specific ideas. So we would be able to click in and see those 7 ideas for this particular page. And we will do that in just a second, but I want to hop on over to the optimization ideas tab. And here we will be given the top pages to optimize. And if you have a lot of pages, it's going to give you the top ones right here. And if you realize that you forgot to add in a particular web page, you can simply click on Add Landing Page here, pop in the specific page with the right keyword, and you can collect ideas for that particular web page. So let's come to this particular web page here and let's click on these 6 ideas here. So as you can see, these are broken down by the categories that were shown on the overview report. So with the strategy section here, these are ideas that will help you prioritize which pages on your site actually focus on optimizing for each keyword. So if they find other web pages, for example, that are also ranking for that particular keyword, they're going to let you know here. So that way you can pick a keyword per page to really focus on. That way Google knows specifically which page to rank for the keyword. As of right now, we have no strategy issues to fix under SERP features. This is where you are going to see suggestions on how to improve any pages that are likely to win a featured snippet, which we looked at earlier. So any of these snippets that appear within search results so that a user doesn't actually have to click in unless they want even more information. And those are a good way to get ranked as well. So So if you also have pages that could use a star rating system, and those could also show up in the SERPs, then you're going to receive that recommendation here as well. So if you want any information about this, simply hovering over About, this will tell you more about this particular section. Now next we have the content section. And you can see this has a lot more information in it, but this is really, really helpful. So this is going to give you specific ideas for your content. It's going to show you the best practices that you should be using on your pages to actually get ranked in Google. This is going to tell you how long your content should be, what keywords you should be using. So for instance, if your target keyword was not within the H1 tag on your website, that's a very basic optimization strategy to use. It would highlight that here so you could make that easy change. If you want to see a detailed analysis, you can select that here. And this is going to show you the usage of that keyword throughout. It's going to show you the different keywords within the phrase overall here. So this one is hyper kids. So this is breaking down all those words and how many times they actually appear there. So this is telling us that this particular piece of content is using the keyword too many times. And so we should look at removing some of those. This is also telling us that we want to make sure that we are focusing on creating more informative content. So we need to go back and look at this detailed comparison. We want to look at who was ranking the top 10 and why is their piece of content more informative, more helpful than this piece of content. And we also want to make sure that it is readable. So again, it's looking at who else is ranking. So by readable, this can mean making sure that it's not in one big block of text, that it's broken up in headers. Maybe we have some images throughout to break it up, short paragraphs, bulleted lists, just ways to make the piece of content easier to read. Now, going on to the semantics section. These ideas are going to suggest related keywords to your main keyword that you may want to add into your content because you can start ranking for those as well. Now, backlink suggestion, everyone is wondering, how do I get more backlinks? Where do I actually find these sources? And this section answers that question. This is going to give you some specific ideas here of where you can actually go do some backlink outreach and possibly get people to link back to this particular page. We also have our technical SEO issues. We looked at technical SEO issues in our site audit, but this is breaking it down for this particular page. Right now, we don't have any issues with this particular page when it comes to technical issues. Now, lastly, we have user experience section. And again, this is going to give you the ideas on user experience as Google is really striving to create a positive user experience for all site visitors. So they absolutely look at a user's experience when coming to every single web page. So this is where you definitely want to make sure that you have your Google Analytics account connected as we did in a previous step. This is going to allow them to find out information like how many pages are visited per session, what is your bounce rate, and so forth. So here it is giving us some recommendations about our bounce rate. So this is how many people are coming to this particular page and just immediately leaving, and working to increase the amount of time that each visitor spends on the page. Right now it says they're only spending 33 seconds, so they may not be finding the information that they want or determining that this is not going to have the answer that they're looking for. Now, if we head back to our landing pages, you will be able to click this icon right here if you want to recollect additional ideas. So let's say it's been a little bit of time or you have fixed some of the issues and you want to recollect some ideas, see what's been updated, see if there's anything else you can work on to improve your ranking. Simply click that button and you'll receive those ideas. To get a super quick and very useful comparison of where you stand compared to your competitors, we can head over to the Top 10 Benchmarking tab. And just like it sounds, this is going to compare this individual page that you are working on to the top 10 competitors who are ranking for this particular keyword. So for instance, we are looking at this particular keyword here, and it's going to give us the volume for that particular keyword and also the position number. But you're going to see all this information over here on the right-hand side. Now you'll notice that some of the words are highlighted in red, and those are the ones that you most want to pay attention to, and it's trying to draw your attention to it so you improve those specific areas. So first up, we have content length. So here they are taking the average content length of the top 10 pieces of content that are ranking. And these on average have 387 words. Our particular page has 1,589 words. So we're doing pretty good with that. Now, search engines do prefer to have a page that has detailed information compared to something that's very brief or just skims the topic, doesn't really add much value. At the same time, we don't want to add any fluff either. So we're really going for what's straightforward, quickly answers the question, and yet it's complete. So that's really what we're going for. Now, next up is referring domains. This is showing how many backlinks are coming in for this particular keyword. And we are all at 1 here. So that's not a lot of backlinks that are being built for this particular web page. So if you are seeing that the top 10 average have 10 backlinks or 30 backlinks and you have 0 or 1, well, that's something you're going to want to work on. So we can see down here, for instance, the top 10 average have 3 referring domains and our page has 0. So that's why it is highlighting us, drawing our attention to that we should be working on that. So this really just highlights a comparison of where your competitors are to where you are so that you can really see this is the area, or these are the 2 areas that I really need to focus on. And some of these are going to take a little bit more effort than others. Next up is video usage. So this is looking at, do our competitors embed any videos within their piece of content? They aren't in this case, and either are we, which, okay, we are on equal playing ground right now, but we could also choose to go ahead and embed a video if, of course, that's relevant, if it's actually useful to the visitor and it would be helpful for them. Or we could do that in order to just have a little leg up there on the competition. Now, next over, we have our keyword usage. So this is showing us we are using the keyword in the body, but the competitors ranking in the top 10 are using the keyword in the title, the meta, the H1, and the body on their website in order to strengthen it. So we are just not using this keyword enough. And it looks like, in my opinion, we have not even optimized for this particular keyword on this page. So that's something we definitely want to do. That would be a quick and easy fix in order to be able to strengthen this page. Now, next up, we have ordered lists. Within this content, are they using an ordered list? So they are, and we are too. Now, oftentimes ordered lists are also associated with being able to rank in featured snippets. So if that's something you're interested in, you saw that was an opportunity like we looked at earlier in this tutorial, adding in an ordered list with some answers is helpful as well. In the next box, we have markups. So this tells us if the competition is using schema markup, and in this case they are, and it tells us the specific schema, which is really helpful, so we don't have to go in and find that out, which is entertainment business, and we are not doing that, which is why it is highlighted in red, so it's easy to see, and now we know how we can improve this particular page and at least do what our competition is here. The last box that we have is readability. Now, when it comes to readability, SEMrush gives us a readability score, and it's going to tell you if your content is more difficult to read than your competition. So they really like content that's simple and easy to use for all visitors. So again, like with other scores that we've looked at here, the higher the readability score, the easier it is to read. So right now we have a readability score of 65, which, as you can see when you hover over, is considered standard. And their average is 61, which is also standard to read. So we are at least doing slightly better, but probably not that much better that is noticeable. Lastly, let's look at the last tab, which is Ideas Task. So like with the SEO audit report, we were able to track our progress over time, which is the same thing that you're going to be able to do here. So this is simply going to allow you to follow your progress of your SEO improvement, your on-page SEO improvements, and it's going to give you a task list, which is really nice if you want to be able to track everything that you're working on here. So here we have all of the different categories. And if we want to be able to sort by category, we can simply click on category right here. So if today we all want to work on user experience issues or on backlinks issues, and tomorrow we want to work on content, it really highlights what we need to be working on here. And as you can see, we can also sort this by page. So if we prefer to only work on the issues for one specific page today, or want to get all those issues clear for that same page, so that one is done with, we can sort by page as well. And as you start to implement these ideas on your website, this is automatically going to change for you from to do to done. And then you'll be able to sort through the status of these tasks here and also here at the top. So you'll be able to see how many have been done versus how many there still are to do. Now we've finished the on-page SEO audit, and let's go back over to our dashboard. Now you can see we have data for our on-page SEO checker, and now we are going to start with our backlink audit. This is going to look at your domain's backlink profile. We want to make sure that it's nice and healthy, and we want to avoid any Google penalties if we have some backlinks that are no good or that shouldn't be there. So this is really going to not only show us what our backlink profile looks like, it's going to tell us how healthy it actually is, and it's going to allow us to actually get in contact with any sites that we need to in order to remove any backlinks that we don't want to have in our profile. So the first thing, like with these other reports, is we need to configure this. So let's click on Setup. The first is we are starting with campaign scope. So we are going with the root domain. Do we want to have the www and non-www version, or only the www version, or only the non-www version here? For this site example, we are going to leave it with the root domain here. Now we could simply click on Start Backlink Audit, but there are a few additional options here that we can take a look at, and I want you to fully understand all of the options here. So the first is brand settings. So if your brand has gone by anything other than your domain name, or there's a difference between the two, you can add those here. Then we'll take a look at domain categories. This allows you to select any particular categories that are relevant to your website. So for instance, this one isn't relevant to games, but perhaps people and society and possibly some travel. And lastly, again, we have target countries. So by adding in the countries that we want backlinks from, so we want backlinks primarily from websites that are targeting the same country that we are. So let's say we are targeting the United States, but we end up getting backlinks from Egypt or India or China, then we don't want to see as many of those links. And definitely if that is starting to make up the bulk of the links that we are getting, that's not going to be good. So for here, we're going to take out the countries that we don't really want to see, that we're not really targeting, and leave that. So that way it knows whether to flag certain backlinks or not. So with those settings being taken care of, we will now click on Start Backlink Audit. Our backlink audit has now been completed. So now we can head over and look at the results. Similar to the other audit reports we've looked at, we have an overview tab here, and this is going to give us all of the information, just a quick shot summary of everything that is going on with our backlinks. So we're going to go through this here, but before we do, you will notice below our tabs here, there are a number of boxes, and I'm going to recommend that you go through at least the first couple of them here. So the first one is to connect to Google Search Console. So this is going to allow you to take backlink data that is coming directly from Google and connect that here so it can use that data to let you know what you should do. So that is an incredibly good idea for you to do. So when we click connect, what it is going to do is give us instructions for a specific SEMrush based email address. Now we need to take this and we need to go add this particular email into our account, and it gives you instructions specifically for how we can do that. And then we will check the connection and upload backlinks. Assuming you are a property owner of Google Search Console, which you will need to be, you will want to go into your account and click on Settings. From there, you will select Users and Permissions and Add User. Now, this is where you will want to copy the email address that they provided to you, and we will paste that in here and click Add. You will need to leave it with full permissions here. Now that that has been added, we can come back over here to our SEMrush dashboard and click Check Connection and Upload Backlinks. It will confirm the connection. So now I can start pulling in the links, and you can see a little progress bar up here in the top right-hand corner. Now, once that has finished, then we will be able to go ahead and connect to Google Analytics next, and we'll follow that same process. So that's all we're going to do for right now for this upper section. Now, The overview tab here, this is going to start off by giving us an overall toxicity score. And this is basically looking at the backlinks that we have, how toxic they are. And so we definitely want to go for a low toxicity score. As you can see in this case, that is not happening. We have a high toxicity score, and most of the backlinks for the site are considered toxic, which is definitely a problem. Now we also see over here that we have an authority score. Now this is a score based out of 100. And again, like with the other numbers, we want a higher number. The higher, the better. So this isn't the greatest score, and we can kind of see this downtrend that has been happening here over the past 12 months. So this could definitely be because of the high toxicity backlinks that are coming into the site for whatever reason. Now we also have referring domains and analyzed backlinks. The referring domains, this is a number of actual domains that refer to the site and that send a backlink to our website here. So we have some new ones, it says, and then we will see which of these are new, which have been broken, which are lost, and of course that's going to update over time here. So this will be, once we have some of these numbers, a good opportunity to pull this backlink audit and to be able to go back to some of the older sites and make sure that they are updating their links if we're able to get in touch. So if any of them are lost, any of them are broken, and we want to go back and try to recover some of those links, then that's what we'll want to do. Otherwise, we'll have to put a redirect from the wrong URL to the new updated URL, and then that will work. So when someone clicks on the old URL, it will at least connect them to the right page. This is also showing us the analyzed backlinks. We have over 6,700 domains that are linking back to us, so we can look at these more specifically. And we have a nice chart to be able to track this as well as our new and lost domains. And we can change the time frame here, of course, so we can look at the last 3 months if we want to look over the past year. And of course, this chart is going to change as we have our account here for more time. Now, as we scroll down here, we have a lot more information that's really going to help us figure out where to start. So first, we have backlinks to review. This is a total list of backlinks that you are auditing. And as you start to evaluate the backlinks and decide if those backlinks are toxic or potentially toxic or non-toxic, and you're going to send them to those specific categories. You will see all of that right here. So this is going to give you a chance to go in, review them, and now once you've reviewed those backlinks, that's where you're going to start sending backlink removal requests. So this is actually going to allow you to go in and outreach to the specific site that are linking to you and ask them to stop linking to you to actually remove those links. And right here is where you're going to be able to track the progress of that now. Now, if you have requested that they remove it and time has passed and they have not done so, well, then you can go and choose to disavow the links, which is essentially requesting for Google to ignore those toxic backlinks that you cannot remove. So this is essentially telling Google, hey, we know that this link isn't good. We don't want it and we've tried to get it removed, but it's not. So please disavow it. Please ignore this backlink. Now, Google has their own Google disavow tool, so you're going to be able to do it that way. Now, we're going to be able to get into these more in depth. You'll be able to see the specific links as we get into these tabs up here at the top. But for now, we're just looking at the overview here and seeing what we have in the domains. This is where they are looking to see how many domains are referring to you and how many of those are toxic versus non-toxic. And you're going to be able to track this here over time. So SEMrush has toxic markers that they are actually using to determine if a backlink is actually toxic. So these are things like, do they have a harmful environment, like malicious pages or community errors, poor backlink profile? Is there spam in the communities? Are there link networks that they seem to be participating in? Do they have a lot of link directories or manipulative links on their site and so forth? So there's a lot of these different metrics that they're looking at to be able to determine this. In referring domains by authority score. This is where they're looking to see how many domains are referring to you and how many of those are toxic versus non-toxic. And you're going to be able to track this here over time. So we'll need to wait and come back to this report once it's had an opportunity to pull in all the data and update this report here. So there's a lot of these different metrics that they're looking at to determine this for you in referring domains by authority. The higher the authority of the site that is linking to us, the better. So here it is showing the number of backlinks that we receive from websites that have an authority score of 81 to 100. Now, of course, we need to give this a little bit so it can update, but this is a category that is best that you can get because these are the hardest to get backlinks as well. These are the top most trusted websites in this category. So the more we can get there, the better. But even the ones from 61 to 80, even 41 to 60, I consider those really good backlinks as well. Now, for many sites, you are probably mostly in the 21 to 40 and 0 to 20 categories here based on the domains by authority score, especially if you have not actively been working on gaining new backlinks and they are solely coming in organically. Now our information is updating here as it is starting to be pulled in, and we now are looking at the backlinks by anchor type, which shows us the type of anchor text, and it's important to have a variety of these. So if you see one particular anchor text and you have 90 of that, well, that doesn't look very natural to Google. So you definitely have to start spreading that out. But you can always hover over these little information icons here if you're not familiar with the different type of anchor types. So for instance, we have the money anchor type. This is referring to if you are working to rank your site for particular keywords, but then all of the text that people are using to link back to your site is your money keyword, which is your main keyword. Well, that starts to look really spammy. Now, it's okay if it happens a little bit, but if most of your backlinks are all looking like that, that's not good. It doesn't look very natural. Now, if we scroll back up for a second, we can see that the data has also updated for the referring domains by authority score. And as I mentioned, primarily, especially since the site likely isn't doing link outreach, most of their domains, in fact, 94% of them are from low authority score sites. And we have about 4% coming in a little bit higher with that authority score, but really only 4 in that top section here. So we definitely want to get this spread out here a bit more. Now we have the top 100 anchors. So here we see the type of anchor text that's being used, and here we have the top anchor text. So we can see all of the different ones. So we can see we have 870 backlinks from 90 different domains using this particular anchor text and so forth. If we want to look for money anchor specifically or compound specifically and so forth, we can do that simply by filtering using these buttons here at the top. And we also have the top target pages. So again, we don't want all of our backlinks pointing to our homepage. They need to be spread out to different pages on the site, or that also starts to look very unnatural. So here we can see how many domains are actually linking to which pages. And in the final section here, we have backlinks by link attributes. So this is essentially, are these marked as follow, no follow, sponsored, or UGC? So the most common are going to be follow links followed by no follow links, which is what you'll see here. Anytime a link comes from sponsored content, meaning content that has been paid for, that should be marked as sponsored as per Google Webmaster Guidelines, and that should show up here in this sponsored section. UGC stands for user generated content. So these types of links are often used in communities and forums. And lastly, to wrap up our backlink audit overview is backlinks by link type. So most people are going to link to your website using text, which is what we see here. Over 97% of the time, but actually there are 164 instances where people are using an image and linking that image back to the site. So that is something that is interesting to look at. We can see what images are being used simply by clicking on the number here. And now we are being notified that the backlink audit has been completed, and we have found 237 new referring domains. We've lost 136 domains, and 176 domains are broken. So we can click through to see the results, but we'll do that here shortly. But as you remember, we were waiting for the Google Search Console connection to finish so that we could go ahead and connect Google Analytics, which will also pull in additional link information for us. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can select our Google Analytics account, we can select the specific property and data stream, and save changes. So in just a moment here, it has already completed this import. And so now we'll be able to start to see this information as we click through some of these other tabs here. Now that we've looked at the overview report, let's come over here to the audit section. So especially when you have a large number of backlinks in your profile, this is really going to help you filter through to down to what you really need to focus on, especially the ones that are the most toxic to your site. So you'll notice that each of the backlinks that is listed here has a couple of columns that we want to pay attention to. The first is AS, and that is the authority score. So remember, we talked about authority score earlier on, and this number is based out of 100. So a number that is closer to 100 is better. And here we have all of these 2s, which is incredibly low. That's going to be a red flag to Google. Now, next up, you have TS, which is the toxicity score. 100 is the worst, most toxic sites. And of course, 1 is going to be the least toxic. Those are going to be your good links. So a toxicity score of 60 to 100 is definitely toxic. And those that are ranking between a 45 and a 59 is potentially toxic. So that's something that you need to manually go in, look at the website, evaluate it to determine if that's a good link or not. So that is exactly what we want to do here, is figure out the worst sites that are pointing to us. Take a look at those and determine what we need to do with them. And it gives us a few of those actions right here in this last column labeled actions. The first one is whitelist. So this is basically if you think that this is a legitimate link, it is a good link that you want the website to have, and we can remove that from this report, we can just click move to whitelist. The next option here is to send this to the remove list. And the remove list is where we are actually going to be able to go out to the site owners here and request that they remove their link to our site from theirs. So we're going to be able to contact them directly using SEMrush, and I'm going to show you how we're going to do that here in a minute. And then finally, we have move to disavow list. So disavow, these are going to be where we go into Google and we directly ask Google to remove these links, to tell them we don't think these are good links. We see these as toxic. Please don't consider these links when looking at our website. And we typically will do that if there is, for some reason, a really large number of toxic backlinks, and we have already attempted to go to the actual websites that are linking to us and requested that they remove it, and we're just not getting anywhere with them. So we're going to be able to review all of the backlinks down here below. And as you can see here, we not only have the backlink, we can see what page it's actually sending them to. It's showing us that what the anchor text is and the type of anchor text that is being used. So remember, we were looking at whether it's text or image and so forth. Now, SEMrush has over 50 different factors that they're looking at to determine the toxicity score. So if you click on this little drop down here, you will see all of the different factors here that they are looking at to help determine the score. And then you'll notice below each of the links here, it will have a little text here that is underlined, and this will give you some insight as to why they think that this is a toxic link. So here we can hover over subpath, and it says the link comes from a domain which has links leading to your site with the same URL path as other link domains. So they're saying that this is a sign of a link network, which is why they think that this isn't good. We can go to some of these others. We have another subpath issue, so a sign of a link network. This is a title issue, so this can also be a sign of a link network. So again, this is going to give you some insight. So if you do find some lower ones without as high of a toxicity score and you want to go in and evaluate a bit, you can at least look at what some of their reasoning is and then go evaluate the site on your own. So as you can see, this site definitely has some dangerous backlinks here and some that are considered potentially dangerous as well, as we'll go through the different pages. Now, the other thing you want to pay attention to here is that you can filter by a lot of different categories up here. So you can really get down to what you want to pay attention to the most. So if you are looking at anchors, for example, and you want to focus on reviewing anchors that use the money keywords or that are organic, you can do that if you prefer to look at that. So you can also do it by authority score and looking at the sites that have the lowest authority score. We can look at the link type, by toxicity score, which is currently ordered in, link attribute, and so forth. So if you say, I want to go in and look at all the links that are coming in and they have a malicious page or they have a non-indexed domain, let's say Google has de-indexed them, then we can search for just those links. This takes us down from a list of 979 to 350. So it gives us a smaller list, although it's still quite large with this particular one. But we can go in and start attacking this particular list. So you can always combine any of these filters if you decide to whittle down that list to concentrate on the ones that you most want to. Next, I want to take you over to the Remove tab here. And as we had looked at down here in our list of backlinks, we could send these backlinks to the remove list if we felt that they were too toxic, but we haven't done that just yet. So if we headed over to the remove tab right now, there wouldn't be anything there for us to do. So we want to go ahead and add some. So there are a couple of ways that we could do this. If we see one backlink, for instance, here at the top, and we wanted to send this individual link, we could do that. Move to remove either this specific domain. So everything that is under this domain, we're going to send, or this URL, and click move to remove. But let's say we wanted to get a whole bunch of them at one time. So let's say if we select a few of them, which we can do by just clicking on these check boxes, and now we can do this as a bulk action, and we can simply select remove right here. We could also click this box here and it would highlight all of the 50 pages in this list if we wanted to get all of them at the same time. So let me just do a few more here, and I'll go ahead and select remove. So now that those have been added, let's go ahead and go up to the remove tab. So now you can see here that it gives us some insights, and it's telling us a few steps that we can do to actually go ahead and request the removal of these backlinks. So what we can do is, if you want to use SEMrush and email these websites directly from within your dashboard here, which is amazing to be able to do that, to be able to track it here, to be able to follow up here and take the next steps without having to go somewhere else. That's really, really nice. It's helpful to keep everything organized here. So this will let you send up to 500 emails every day with this plan here. So what we can do is we can go into this particular link here, and you'll see we have a status column. So this is going to tell us where we're at. Have we sent the email? It will tell us then if our email has been delivered, or if there was a failure issue, it will then tell us, has it actually been read? So that way we know, hey, somebody at least has opened this email, and then we can see, has anyone actually responded to our email? So this is helpful because we're able to see, are they actually opening the email? Have they seen it? And if they're not responding at all, and we're noticing that the link has not been removed, we can also send a follow-up email to them to again request that. But if they are just continuing to open and ignore the emails, not make any changes that we are requesting, we may just need to go ahead and disavow. So now what SEMrush is going to do is it gives us some available templates. So we can either use what they have given us, we can customize it, of course, and we could also just upload our very own email template if we want to, and send it out that way. Now, as it says here, if we're not getting a response, the backlinks not being removed, we're attempting to do this outreach, we can then move it over to the disavow link. But we really should try to reach out to the owners first instead of just relying on Google and just disavowing all of these links immediately. So what we'll do is, if we want to send this email here, then we'll simply click on send. And as you can see here, either first email message, which of course is what we're going to start with, and then we can send a follow-up email here. So we can add our mailbox. So this is going to be the first thing that you need to do so that you can connect either Google, Outlook, wherever you are sending emails from, so that it can track it right here and you don't have to go to your Gmail or your email outside of SEMrush here. It gives us the email address that we can go ahead and send it to. And then you can see what this outreach template looks like. So it tells us, please remove links to our website. It gives the information here. And as you can see, it's using this placeholder, your project domain, and it will automatically put in your domain. So you're able to take any of these placeholders here and drop it in wherever you would like. And if you are happy with this template, you've customized it the way you would like, you can click send and proceed to next. Now, if for any reason you do not want to use SEMrush to actually send out the emails. You don't want to have it connected here. You can also simply click, I have sent it manually. Now, the reason you would want to do that is because it'll still allow you to track what's going on. So especially if you have hundreds of links that you are trying to do outreach with and actually get them to remove these toxic backlinks, you at least want to know that you've already sent the email. Now you can also set up the follow-up email. So of course your mailbox will have already been added here. It'll go back to the same email. And again, you can customize this and go ahead and send this and proceed to next. So what this is doing is it's sending this and it's just popping you right down to the next one. So you can just go and do all of these one by one here in order. Now I will note that on this page and on the previous as well with the list of domains that there is this little comment icon. So let's say that you have gone and manually checked out a website and you are looking to determine, is this actually a good website that I want linking to us? Or there's something in particular you want to remember. Let's say if you do flag it as toxic and you don't want that link, but you want to remember why, you want to make some notes about it, you can simply click on this icon. You can add in some notes. This has been really helpful, I would say, when tracking, again, hundreds of links. And let's say you want to go send an email, but you can't remember maybe some details that you wanted to, or you're not really sure, wait, why did I actually flag this before? Instead of having to go revisit the website all over again and look through a bunch of things to determine why you made that decision, you can simply make a note. This is private to you, and you can save that here. So I'm going to go ahead and mark this as I have sent it manually. And now you can see that automatically brings us to the very next one. So this is going to be a more efficient way of sending these out. Just for the sake of example, I'm going to send this out manually, and then we're going to go back here to the main tab here. Then we're going to exit out of this. And you can see here, this says manual connection. So that's one of the reasons why I actually like to send it from right here in the dashboard. Go ahead and connect your email. That way it's going to be able to track each of these steps for you, and you'll be able to better see what you have already done and what you need to do. And as you can see here, this is now changed to resend. So if you want to go ahead and do that follow-up, it will bring you to this page and you can go ahead and send that, or again, do it manually. And now we can come up here and take a look at our disavow tab. So just before, as we had not had anything added to the remove tab, we had to do that. This is not showing us any information because we have not moved any of the links from remove, where we're reaching out to the site owners. And now when they have not followed up with us, they've not actually made the change we've requested. We moved it to the disavow link. So there's a couple of things we can do here. We can go ahead and import disavow links if we have a list of those that we can do. Now we can also go over here to our review links. And if we've determined that, let's say these guys just are not removing it, we followed up with them, we can highlight those and we can click disavow and move to disavow. So now those links are there, and if we click disavow, we can now see that these two links appear here. So what you want to do is you want to start to prepare a file that you're going to be able to upload to Google, and this is going to happen in your Google Search Console. But we need to prepare that file. So the best thing to do is to export to TXT. So that means it is going to go ahead and export a file for you that you're going to be able to simply upload to Google in your Google Search Console account. Now, as you can see here, that there are specific requirements. So for example, less than 100,000 lines, less than 2 megabytes, and they have a full list here that Google has put together of what you need to do, but you'll be able to just download this file. So you already have that template ready. Now, once you are ready, then that's when you want to follow this link here to the Google disavow tool. As I mentioned, that's inside of your Google Search Console account. So you'll need to be logged in there. And then as it says, we'll need to confirm that in our backlink audit, and that's going to help to recalculate our toxicity score. Now let's take a look at our lost and found backlinks. So the audit tool has this lost and found report, and this looks at all of your domains and it searches for the new domains, the lost domains, and the broken domain. So this is a helpful report to, of course, be able to see any new domains that are coming in, but also to start looking at any of the broken links that are out there as well. So these are definitely going to be important, because if you want to be able to maintain your SEO status and you start seeing broken backlinks coming in, you want to be able to reach out to those websites that we're linking to you to be able to correct the issue if there isn't anything you can do on your end. So you'll see here there are a growing number of broken backlinks. So it's definitely something that that we need to pay attention to here. So coming down here below, this is going to give us a list of all the backlinks, and we're going to be able to see new links, and we're also going to be able to sort this by the broken backlinks. And of course, you can also filter by the lost ones here. So this is going to be the same as the last tab that we looked at, where we are able to go ahead and whitelist a domain. You can see that we're starting to get into some of the green. So these are some of our least toxic backlinks here. And we can also send these to the remove list that we looked at, or go ahead and add this to our disavow list. So this is definitely something to work on, because we want to work on building new high quality backlinks. You never want to forget the old backlinks that are kind of falling off or broken, or the ones that are toxic, as we have been looking at here. So that way we can keep improving our SEO score as we acquire new links, and you're not on this constant hamster wheel of this link outreach process. Let's go ahead and head on back up here to the next tab, which is target pages. This section helps you analyze the best performing pages. So what that means is this is going to show you the top pages on your site that are receiving backlinks and any referral traffic coming in. So this is very important, because to be able to look at this, you want to make sure that these pages are set up to convert. They're high quality pages, are going to keep people on site and help lead them to the action that you want them to take. So we have this bar that goes across the top. We are starting with our target page URL. So obviously you can see here that is the URL that they are linking to in the active section here. This is the number of active backlinks or domains that are sending backlinks to this particular page of the site. And as you can see, the links are sorted by this metric right here. Now, this is the number of domains that began referring to the target page on your domain over the past 30 days. So they were not previously sending backlinks to your domain, but they started doing this in the last 30 days. Now, the broken ones are the number of domains or backlinks where all of the pages with backlinks to that given target page were returned as an error code. So something definitely going on there if that is happening. And then of course we have this lost domains column, or the number of domains or backlinks you've lost for that target page over the last 60 days. And this is why it's so important to connect your Google Analytics and Google Search Console accounts right here, so you can get this data coming in. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out on this really valuable data. Now, this is going to show you all about referral traffic. So you'll be able to see the users, and this is the number of users who were sent to the page from that referral traffic source within the past 30 days. So this is something that is definitely good. When you have referral traffic being sent, that is telling you that that's probably a good backlink. And lastly, we have the About tab, which is going to encourage you to connect your Google Search Console account if for some reason you have not done that already, but hopefully you have as we have continued on here together. So this is really going to help you make sure that you are maximizing your link building SEO efforts and other SEO efforts that you are working on within your SEMrush account here too. So this is just going to be able to pull in data, also see what Google is reporting there, and be able to import that automatically for you right here in your dashboard. All right, that is the backlink audit. But speaking of backlinks, let's come on over back here to our project dashboard, and let's now take a look at the link building tool. If link building has been a problem area for you, this link building tool is really going to help you. This is going to give you a list of link building opportunities. You hear that? A list of link building opportunities for your website. And it also gives you your own dashboard to be able to easily run an outreach campaign, just like we did with the other links that we may need to remove or disavow. So now you'll be able to easily run an outreach campaign to start acquiring these backlinks. So this is really huge if you have just kind of shied away from getting new backlinks or really working on this at all. So this is an amazing tool to have right here inside your dashboards, because not only are you going to get a list of these prospects that is based on your keywords and your competitors, you can integrate your Gmail account and Google Search Console just so all of this flows together nicely. And it even is going to automatically retrieve contact information for the websites that you're trying to target. So it is so much for you within this tool right here. So let's go ahead and configure this report by clicking Setup. Now, what's nice about this is it only has 2 steps for you to set up. And the first one is keywords. So it is going to take the keywords that you wish, and it is going to use those to go out and find possible backlinks for you to work towards. So you can list out any of the keywords you want them to consider, and then pop over here to the next section, which is competitors. So they are going to start to pulling competitors for you, or you can go ahead and add in your own. So these are some of the competitors that I've added in, and now we can start by clicking on Start Link Building. It looks like our prospect list has been collected, and they have found us over 1,600 domain prospects. So if you've been short on link building ideas, well, you're going to find plenty of them here. So we can go in and view these prospects here by clicking on this button. But what this data is going to show us here is how many of the keywords they found are based on the keywords that we put in, and how many of the keywords are based on the competitors that we added in. And we will also be able to go in anytime if you want to add to the list of keywords that you've put in. You can add those keywords here and click Find New Prospects, and it'll go out and find even more prospects for you. The same thing with the competitors. We can add to the list of competitors here, and we can even upload some additional domains if we want them to pay attention to those and look for some specific opportunities. Now over here under lost backlinks, we had seen our lost backlinks during the Backlink Audit. It will begin to pull those over here for us as well, because we will be able to then do outreach and be able to monitor those to win back those lost backlinks. So if we ask it to monitor any domains, we will start to see that here in the bottom right-hand box. And as we start to actually work on outreach here to gain some new backlinks, that is going to show here in the domains in progress box. So let's go ahead and go over to our prospect list. Now, same as on the overview tab here, you can see now that this has brought us to the prospects tab, we will still be able to add keywords and competitors right here by clicking on those add buttons as well. Now, down below here, we have a list of some of the specific prospects that we can go after here. Now, you will see that there are a number of columns here. The first, of course, is the source. This is the actual backlink that they are suggesting, and they give us the URL type. So this could be general, this could be a news source, a blog, for instance. And so we can look at the different types. Now, like some of the other reports, there is also an authority score. So we can see that TripAdvisor, for instance, has the highest authority score you can have of 100. And we have this one here, which is a 58, but that's still really good. And you can see the numbers really fluctuate here. It just depends on the site. Now, it also has a rating column, and a lot of these we're seeing here are 5 out of 5. You'll even see as you go through your report some 4 out of 5s. And so this score is actually based on over 50 different factors, and it really looks at the link's quality and accessibility. So of course, 5 out of 5 is of course going to be better than a 1 out of 5. So if you ever want more information on this specific rating, let's say that we wanted to get a backlink from it, the second one right here, we can click on this little drop down here, and it's going to give us some domain information. We can see the domain quality, the relevance of this domain. So if it's something completely irrelevant to the topic that we are covering, then, well, it's not going to make as much sense to get a backlink. So we want to make sure it's a quality domain, it's relevant, and that it has good health. So we looked at some of the links that were coming in that were very toxic. Of course, we don't want to go after those. So that is showing us all of these signals. One thing I do like to look at as well is seeing the backlinks that they have, but also the referring domains, how many people are actually linking to them, the referring domains, how many domains do they actually refer to, how many different domains do they link to, but also the traffic. And as you can see here, all of these, if you're not sure what this actually means, you can hover over this little information icon. So for traffic, it says the number of users expected to visit the recommended website in the following month on the condition that average amount of monthly organic traffic stays relatively the same. So this is good because we want a website linking to us that has a lot of traffic, especially if we're able to get a backlink on a page that is going to send some of that traffic to us, because hopefully the backlink is going to result in traffic coming to our site and not just simply a link on the site. And this is also telling us why they actually decided to give us this link, and they found this based on 6 of the keywords that we inputted there. So let's say now after looking at this backlink, I decide I want to get this. I actually want to outreach to see, can I get a link on this particular site? I can simply click on To In Progress, and that is going to send the link over to the In Progress tab here. And that is then going to give us a list of all of the backlinks that we are currently working on. And we'll always be able to come back to our prospects tab here to find additional ones and move those over to In Progress as we need more. Now you can simply click on To In Progress, and it is going to send it over to that list for you. Now, what you can also do is there is a drop down here, and you can select an outreach strategy. After taking a look at this particular web page, do you want to add your link to an article? Do you want to do a product review, maybe outreach about a potential guest post? And you also can customize your outreach strategies. And we started to look at that, where you can edit some of the email templates that are going out. You can have up to 15 different outreach templates there. So you'll be able to do that as well. So if you also just want to kind of scroll through this list and say, you know what, I think this one, maybe this one here. Oh, this could be local. Yeah, this looks like a local nearby site. Let's add some of these in. And then instead of having to go one by one and click on the To In Progress button, you can simply click on the button up here, and it has now sent 6 of those prospects that we've just selected over to our In Progress tab. So now we can click over here to the In Progress tab to see this. And as you see here at the top, we have domains in progress. We have 7 of those that we have sent. So this is going to tell us how many domains we currently are working on to outreach, to how many we have actually contacted here in the next column, either by email here, or we can select that we have outreach to them manually, which this should look familiar based on a previous section that we have gone through. And this section here is broken down by how many of those have been delivered, how many have been opened, how many have been replied to, and that way we're going to be able to track all of these and then see from our results here how many backlinks we've actually earned. So in looking at this one backlink here that we're going to be looking at for the moment as an example, a couple of things we can do here is, one, we can select the type of outreach strategy here, just as we looked at in the last screen. So if you want to add this outreach strategy, we could say we want to work on getting a manual link, maybe, and we wanted to get a link added into an article and so forth as we looked at. This is going to help us sort this list by how we want to outreach. And this can also work really well for teams. If we have a team who writes articles and handles guest posts, and we have a different team who handles backlink outreach, who does all of that manually now, what we can do is click to go ahead and contact them and send them an email. You're also going to receive the contact information down here that is found. So for instance, here we have a Facebook page, we have a Twitter account, there's a direct link to the contact page. So if you ever want to contact them that way, you can as well. But let's go ahead and click on the contact button here. Now, as we've seen before, this is going to give you a link outreach template, and you're going to be able to customize that all right here. You'll be able to add in the contact information and also add in a follow-up template as well, so that you can follow up with them again if you don't hear a response. So going back out here to our progress list, you also have the actions here, and this is where you'll be able to click this if you have acquired the backlink successfully, and that will be added to your earned backlinks. And if for any any reason it doesn't work out, you're no longer working on that, you can click on the trash can here and that will be removed from your list. It's going to put it in what they're calling a rejected list. And this status column here is really helpful to help you see which backlinks have not been contacted yet, so you can sit down and work on all of the ones that need outreach to, and then you can come back and see which ones have not replied, so you know which ones you need to follow up with or which ones have replied and need your follow-up as well. Now I want to head over to the monitor tab to show you what this looks like. So I'm going to just say that we have acquired a couple of these backlinks here just for the sake of example, and we're going to come up here and go to monitor. So anything that we take from our progress tab, we acquire, it's going to appear over here in the monitor domain section. And this is where you're just going to be able to monitor all of the backlinks you have acquired. So let's say you've gone out, you've acquired a backlink, but for then some reason, a month or two later, it is lost. You're going to be able to track that right here. It's going to show up for you under the lost section. You'll be able to go right back to the contact that you had, reach out to them to see if you can save that backlink. It's going to be a lot easier to save those than to go ahead and outreach and find another backlink. So that is the link building tool. And as you can see, this is just absolutely amazing for being able to pull all of these prospects for you based on actual keywords and competition that exists to bring you the exact links that you should really work on. And that way you're able to sort through these, pick out the highest quality links that are the most relevant for your website and begin building those. Now that we've reviewed our backlink prospects, let's head back over to our project dashboard. We can now see our link building prospects set up here, and we can see how this is really starting to come along and really show us what we have to work with. The next tool we're going to dive into is Organic Traffic Insights. Here we're going to be able to connect our Google Analytics and Google Search Console, pulling that and our SEMrush data all into one central location. So that way we're going to be able to get all kinds of great data like click-through rate, sessions volume, and if you go into Google Analytics, they have the non-provided keywords there that really doesn't give us much information as to what keywords people are actually putting into Google in order to find our site. But with SEMrush here, we are going to be able to uncover some of those keywords, which is super helpful. So the first thing we want to do here is go ahead and set up the insights. So we'll click on setup here. And when we get all of this connected here, we're really just trying to better understand what is happening with our site and improve our SEO strategies based on the traffic numbers that we're seeing. So we're going to go ahead and select our Google account, sign in, provide access, and then here we will be able to select the actual account property and data stream for these accounts, as well as our Google Search Console account, and select location and device. So we will go ahead and track all devices. So we want to see both desktop and mobile. And now we can go to our Organic Traffic Insights. We now have a list of our top 50 landing pages from our domain here, all in one dashboard, pulling in all of this information for us. So we can see here at the top, we have our main metrics here. We have the number of users who have visited the website during the period of time that has been selected, as you can see up here, which is the past 7 days. And we can see the number of new visitors. So this is their very first time to the website. And we have the total number of sessions. Now, next up in this column, we have what is called engaged sessions. And an engaged session is a session that lasts longer than 10 seconds. It has a conversion event or at least 2 page views or screen views. So you would like to see this number going up. And we have an average engagement time. This measures the user engagement duration per session. And this is the amount of time someone spends with your webpage in focus or app screen in the foreground. This is going to help you understand when users actively use your website versus just having the page open in a tab, but they're not actually looking at it. And we also have here engagement rate. Now this shows you the number of sessions where users engage with your site or the app. So now below this, we want to take a look at our top landing pages and see what may be happening that is getting people to leave faster than maybe we would really like them to. So we can see here, if we are looking at our average engagement time, we can see, for instance, in this column here, the second one listed has an average duration of 3 seconds. So that is a very high bounce rate for that particular post. So we really got to check that out and see why people are leaving that particular page so quickly. Maybe there's just not a lot of information, or maybe it was published a while ago and all the information is out of date. But whatever the reason is, we can go take a look at that. But we can also take a look at this one and kind of compare what's working here. So this one has a 1 minute and 36 second average time, which is better. So we can see, well, what's happening on this page? Maybe how have we formatted this page? How have we broken up the content? Is it longer? Is it displayed nicer? What may be happening that is capturing people's attention to stay on that page versus another one? So now we have this section here where we can see the number of keywords that are being reported by either SEMrush or Google Search Console. Again, with the users showing all site users versus the number of users and sessions, being the total number of sessions the page has. As you can see, this is our overall metrics here. And down here, this is really breaking down those numbers by the specific landing page. So what we can do is, for instance, we talked about being able to find those not provided keywords in Google Analytics. Remember when I mentioned that? So what we can do here is now we can start to look at these specific keywords. So let's say we want to take a look at this particular post and we want to click on SEMrush keywords. So now scrolling down, we can see all of the keywords that we are ranking for here that SEMrush is reporting. We can see the position, and of course we can sort by the position here by clicking on it. So let's say we want to see the ones that are the highest ranking. We'll click on position again. So we have one that's ranking in position 16, a one in 19, and then a handful in the 20s there. So we can take a look at these particular keywords, compare them to the post, and see, is there anything that we can do for this post to get us to rank higher for these particular keywords where we're already ranking not high enough to really bring in enough traffic here on the second page, but can we get it boosted to the first page so we can start pulling in some traffic here? But another thing that we can do is also look at the search volume, which you'll see here in the next column, and we can sort by that as well. So if we want to, for instance, start with this keyword because it has 390 searches versus this one here that only has 50, that is going to help us prioritize which keyword we really want to help boost. Now up here above, it also says that we can switch between looking at keywords that are being pulled in from SEMrush versus ones that are coming in from Google Search Console. So we'll go ahead and click here and we can now see all of the keywords here. We can see that a lot of these are also showing as new keywords that we have started ranking for, which is wonderful. And one of these is also here in position 14, 13, even 11. So we are ranking now for a new keyword and it's very close to the homepage. So what could we do to get this just a little bit higher? Now you'll see we have an impressions column. This is how many times has it actually appeared in search results. Now we don't have a lot of impressions here, probably because some of these keywords are going on to the second, third page. And so that's also why they're likely not getting clicks. So we are starting to get some clicks in here, starting to get more impressions for the ones that are ranking a bit higher, at least on the second page here. And in our last column here, we have CTR, or click-through rate. And this is really important to see here because this is telling us when someone actually sees this search result and it is our site here, how often are they actually then clicking through? So here, at least for this one, when they're using this keyword, they find us, they are clicking through 50% of the time. That's really good, where some of these are only 2.5%. So we may need to look at how we can increase that. But of course, again, we're prioritizing that based on where we are currently ranked and also the search volume for that particular keyword. What I would also highly encourage you to do is to, whether you are looking at the SEMrush keywords or your Google Search Console keywords, is to use this filter bar, because this is going to help you sort through all of the data. So we have type, for instance. Is this a new keyword? Do you want to solely focus on the ones that Google is saying, yes, we're going to rank you now for this one? Do you want ones that are winning, any that have been lost or decreased? increasing in rankings. But you can also do positions. So we want to look for keywords that are ranking from, let's say we want to improve. So we're going to say any that are ranking from position 8 to maybe 19. So those first couple of pages. So it is going to find us only those keywords here that are ranking within those positions. And we can also then filter this down even further and say, but we want to have this many clicks or this many impressions or click-through rate. And that way, especially if you have thousands and thousands of keywords and you're trying to figure out, well, where do I start? And you can only sort one column at a time, just use this filter bar, and it's going to help you drill down to exactly where you should start. So really being able to switch between SEMrush and Google Search Console data, it's just going to give you a better glimpse of what is happening with your keywords and how you're ranking for those. Now you're going to see here this chart at the top here above the list of keywords, and this is going to show you how your landing pages and your keywords are performing on a daily basis. So you'll always be able to come back and check that this information to be able to see how all of the work you're doing, all of the SEO effort that you're putting into this is actually starting to really bring in traffic. So we have a little bit of a decline here. It's kind of staying the same, but again, we haven't put in any of the work. So we should start to see this chart increase so we can see how we're doing here. So one last thing that I want you to know about this section here is that if you are looking to see how a keyword is performing compared to competitors, then what you can do is send that keyword over to the position tracking tool. And all you need to do is click on the checkbox next to the specific keywords that you want to send to position tracking. Let's say we'll leave it as those two right now. And then we can come over here to this send to position tracking button. Click on that, and you'll be able to send those keywords over there. Now, what you can also do is simply click on this checkbox here at the very top of the table. It is going to select all of them. So if you want to select all of them, you could just send them over to the position tracking that way. All right, so that is the organic traffic insight section, and you've done an amazing job of getting your entire dashboard set up here, because this is just giving you so much information so you can see all of the work that you are able to do to really start impacting your traffic. So let's come on back over here for a moment to our SEO dashboard. Just look at how much amazing information you now have here for your site. Now, what I want to do is, now that we have set up our project here, there are some additional tools that I want to show you that are for very specific reasons so that you can perform certain SEO tasks that you're going to be working on. So I want to come over here to our main menu. And as we looked at, we have several categories here. So within the SEO tool here, we have competitive research, keyword research, link building, on-page, and technical SEO. And even with under those, there are several tools there that you'll see. So we're going to start off with looking at the competitive research section. So we'll be using this section really to look at how our competitors are doing what they're doing, how it's going for them, and use that data to be able to fuel our own SEO efforts here. So under competitive research, we start off with domain overview. So much like in other sections where we had an overview for our own domain, this is going to let us see real quick what is working well and not so well for our competitors. So we can see maybe how we can now beat them here. So if we wanted to pop in a domain, let's say here we want to keep this in the United States, since that is the area that this site targets, and we will search. Now this is going to populate all of this information for us. We're able to see the domain, we're able to see their authority score of 37. And now when you know yours from the previous setup that you have done, you can compare that to see who has a higher authority score if yours is relatively close. So right now this is showing that their authority score is quite a bit higher. So that of course is going to be able to help with rankings as well. We can also see that they have had quite steady traffic here for nearly a year, but recently have seen quite an uptick in their organic traffic. We can see below the number of organic keywords that they have, and also just seeing kind of over time how that has fluctuated. So we can see now how many keywords they have in the top 3, in the top 10, the top 20, 50, and so forth. Down below, this is valuable information here as we can see their top organic keywords. So these are the ones that are ranked the highest. They are bringing in the most amount of traffic for them. So we can see they have an activities near me keyword that is in position 3, and it has quite a high high search volume here, and it's bringing in 11% of their traffic. The next one here, very similar keyword to the first, this one is bringing in 9% of the traffic. So seeing that boost, that's nearly 20% of the traffic coming in from pretty much the same keyword there. And we can see that big boost. So that could be what has caused that boost if that is a newer keyword that they've ranked for. So that's something that we could look into. Now, continuing down here, we can also see who their main organic competitors are. And this may very well be some of our own same organic competitors as well, so we can see. And we have this competitive positioning map here on the right. And this again is similar to what we had looked at before, where we see how many organic keywords they're ranking for compared to the amount of traffic that is being brought in. So we can really look to see, well, what are their biggest competitors? And this over here in our main organic competitors list here, this is going to show us how many keywords they have in common with those sites. So the more organic keywords that you have in common, the more likely that site is going to be a competitor for you. But you of course can click into any of these and be able to see what their specific keywords are, take a look at their website to make sure that they are targeting the same audience as you. And if we continue to go down, we can also take a look at their backlinks. So if we are starting to see backlinks that they have that we would like, and they are not in our backlink audit for any reason because they did not match our competitor list or the keywords that we are going after, we'll be able to find these here, and we can always add those to our backlink list to go after as well. Now, what we can also do is scrolling back up to the top, we have a compare domains tab. So here we can put in the competitor that we did, and we can add up to 3 additional competitors here. And this is going to give us this side-by-side comparison of multiple competitors all at once. So we can see everybody's authority score, how much traffic everyone is getting. And so when we can see all of that side by side, it really helps us be able to see who the strongest competitors are, who are the ones that seem to have a strategy that is working for them, so we can spend more time looking at what is working for them. And similarly, there is a growth report. So this is going to allow you to compare a domain over a certain amount of time. So here the default is 6 months, but you can look at compared to the past 3 months, how has this 3 months been, or the past 6 months, or season, quarter, year. So that way you can see the growth of a site over time, and that can be helpful as you come back and you are continuing to work on everything we have been covering here. So let's now take a look at the traffic analytics section. This is a really interesting section because this is going to show us and really allow us to find out where our competitors are spending most of their time at marketing. Where are they actually getting the most traffic? So we're going to see where traffic is coming from, what audiences they have, what lead generation sources they have, and be able to analyze different regions. So for us, we're looking at a very specific region. And for others, you may be looking at different states, different regions, different countries, and be able to analyze all of that traffic right here. So you can see here across the top, we are looking at the competitor site, but what we can also do is pop in additional competitors that we have here as well. So for example, we will go ahead and pop in another competitor, and now we will start to see the comparison between those two. So now we're going to be able to see all this data right here at the top about them. So we see each of the sites, and then we can see the amount of visits that they are getting, and we can see both of them have recently experienced a large uptick in traffic, a lot of unique visitors that are coming in. It looks like their pages per visit have gone down some, and we can also see how long people are actually spending on their site. So this is really good information to have. Now we also have this nice trend line here. So this is giving us a month by month comparison for each of the competitors. So we can see in March, for instance, one of the sites was lower, where one of the sites was up here, had a nice increase in traffic before again falling down, and they are hovering about the same amount of traffic. But we can look at this nice graph because it's sometimes just so much easier to take in this data by seeing something visually here. But we could look for visits versus the unique visits that are coming in. These are unique individual people versus a session where we could have one person that looks at multiple pages and it's counting each of those as a different session. They have purchase conversions, so how many people are actually making a purchase. If this was e-commerce, that does require a different subscription though. And And we can look at pages per visit. So these sites are pretty similar in their numbers down here, average duration and so forth here. Now we can also take a look at the traffic channels. Now these graphs will look a little bit different if you're only looking at one competitor at a time. So if the graphs look a little bit different, don't worry. If you add in additional competitors, it will look like this. But here we're going to be able to see the traffic channel breakdown. So we can see how much of their traffic is coming in directly. So these are people who are specifically just typing in the URL to the site and going directly there to look at the site. This is referral traffic. So any third parties that are referring out to them, maybe this is social media, for instance, and how much is coming from organic search. So we can see the second competitor here has a whole lot more organic search, while the first one has more direct visitors coming in. So this is where it's good to take a look at then what are their organic keywords? What are they targeting? What's bringing them in the most traffic? But also if, let's say, we had a higher amount of referral traffic, maybe I would say, oh, it seems like that referral traffic is actually bringing in a decent amount. Maybe that's something we're not doing at all, and we should look at that. So we can look at what specific referral sources they're using and see how we can increase that. So we'll go on down here to the traffic journey. And I think this is pretty neat here. This is this nice grid to show us where traffic is actually coming from. So we can see here, what are the sources that are bringing in traffic to each of these websites? And then on the other side, what is the end destination? So once they leave that site and they go to the next website, what site are they going to? So for instance, we can start here with the top competitor. We can say, okay, 75, nearly 76% of traffic is coming organically through Google. And we follow the path here, and that takes us to their website. And well, now they tend to end up mostly on this Family Trip Guides website. So we can see, well, if they're coming in from Google, but they're leaving our website and going here, what are they finding there that they're not finding on our site? So it allows us to really break down the different strategies and also take a look at where did they end up after they were on our website. So for instance, if 16% were ending up on this site, maybe that is an informational site, or maybe that's an affiliate offer they had on their site and they're getting that many people to click through. So we can click in and always see all of the sources, all of the destinations, but this graph right here is giving us the top ones we really need to pay the most attention to. And you can also compare your traffic by country. So these sites are really looking at traffic specifically in the United States here primarily. But if for some reason they were bringing in a lot of other traffic from different countries, and let's say, of course, it's not spam traffic, it's legitimate traffic who would benefit from the information they have on there, but you're not gaining any traffic from those other countries, that can be something to look at and look more into their international strategy there. Now, a lot of these tabs up here at the top pages, subfolders, subdomains, geo distribution, a lot of these are going to require an additional subscription in order to be able to access this and really just to really analyze the competitors more. But there is so much great information here already that we can still get about our competitors, which I'm showing you here. But also another thing that you can do is if you do want to go to bulk analysis, here you'll be able to enter up to 100 domains and it's going to analyze all of those for you. So if you have just a nice list of competitors that you want to research and you think they may be worth looking after, then you can just pop them right in here at one time, hit analyze, and they're going to go out and analyze those. You'll be able to look here at the traffic, the audience, the traffic journey that visitors are going through and gain a lot of great information there. Now let's come over here to the organic research section. This is going to help you learn about your competitors' most successful SEO practices. So you can kind of get a sneak peek into what they're doing and what's really working for them, so you can see if you can implement any of that yourself. So here you're going to be able to see the domains that you are competing with for those top positions, and you're going to really be able to break down their keyword strategies. So you definitely want to spend some time here. Now we can see here on this organic keywords trend graph how their traffic has really grown over the past really several years here. So we can see that all of these Januaries here, they're indicating a new year. And we see all of the little ups and downs that they have experienced. And what's neat is you're also also able to hover over any of these and you're able to see how many keywords that they were ranking for in the top 3, the top 10, and so forth. And you can compare those differences here. You'll also see some Google logos down here as well as some red comment box. So if you ever click on the Google icon or any of the comment boxes here, it's going to tell you what the SEO sensor, which we're going to be talking about here, is reporting for that particular day. So was there a high amount of fluctuation? Was there a lot of changes going on in search engines? Maybe there was a note here talked about a specific Google update that was going on. So this can help you see how did they survive during these different periods of time as Google was making changes. But we're also going to be able to see here down below their top keywords. So we can see all of their keywords that they are ranking for highly that are bringing them in the most traffic. So we see a few columns here. We can see what position they are actually in. We can see the search volume for that particular keyword, and then what percentage of that site's entire traffic is actually being brought in by this particular keyword. So if we can see, for instance, kids activities near me, that is bringing in over 15% of their traffic. That's quite a bit. So maybe that is something that we should consider targeting if we haven't started targeting something similar to that. Things to do with kids near me, so family activities near me. All of these are very similar, and it is possible even that maybe it's one piece of content that is really bringing in all of this traffic, which is good that it can bring in so much traffic, but for you as someone who's working on a site, you don't want one piece of content or two pieces of content to primarily be holding up the bulk of your traffic. So when you see that, you just want to make sure that you're working on other pieces of content too. So you're really starting to balance that out. And as you can see, there's over 39,000 keywords. And so this is a great way for you to be able to go in, see what all of their top keywords are, and then filter through which ones are they ranking highly for, which ones have the lowest keyword difficulty score, which ones have a decent search volume that makes sense for us to be able to go after, just like we had looked at before. And scrolling down, we can also look at the top position changes in SERP features. So we talked about some of these SERP features earlier on, but we can see, well, where are they ranking now? So we see the specific keyword. They weren't previously ranking for any of these in SERP features, but now recently they have been able to gain these SERP features. So that is something that we really could look at. They have one here, Haynes Point, DC. Search volume is 390 for that. And it says they are getting the people also ask SERP feature here for that particular keyword. And we can also see, have they lost any of those SERP features? So it looks like they also had several of those and those were lost as well. So that's something that we can take a look at. So while this up here, the top keyword section, this was focusing on what are their top keywords, we can look at the top position changes. So what's going on now, right now, because maybe some of these pieces of content around kids activities near me, maybe they've had that for a year, 2, 3 years. We don't know until we get in there and look at that. But this box below, top position changes in organic, this is going to tell us, well, what's working for them now? What's suddenly new for them? And are we able to get a piece of this? Because clearly Google is looking to rank someone new here. So we can look through what some of these keywords are. Places to bike near me. They weren't anywhere ranked for this. Now they're number 4 with a search volume of 720. So it's not bringing them in much traffic compared to their overall site traffic, but it may be something to consider, especially if you can do a little better and you could get into that first or second spot, especially if they were completely off the map here in terms of being on search results and they've popped all the way up to number 4. So again, whenever you are looking at these, you really just want to pop in and take a look at all of these keywords, filter through those, but that's going to be the same process that we have walked through here before. So let's keep scrolling down here. We can also take a look at this SERP features trend. So this is going to basically tell us, here we have the different time frames. So right now we're on 1 month. Over the past month, where are the rankings coming from in terms of SERP features? And you can see they're colored. They have color codes here. So we have pink is people also ask. So most of the rankings are coming from people also ask, where only a very small amount is coming from top stories. But we can see how that changes over time. If we look at a 6-month time period, it's kind of gone up and then a little bit down. Over the past year, we can see it's gone up and then down and back up again. So you can see that there's some fluctuation in how that's going here. So as we scroll down, really notice here, they're talking a lot about SERP features, and because that really takes up a lot of space, and there are many opportunities for you to consider when trying to get on that first page. And it's not just the organic ranking. You want to look at how can I get some of these others. So if you say, okay, this is a keyword that they're going after, what are the SERP features that are appearing? So I can go after the specific SERP features that Google's already said, yes, we want to put these in our search results. So here we're seeing that one keyword has a featured snippet here. We have 941 keywords that actually bring up site links, 5,000 keywords that bring up an image, and so forth here. So this is definitely worth exploring a bit more. So now scrolling down, we can look at top subdomains, which they don't seem to have here, but also the top pages. So we looked at what are their top performing keywords, the new keywords that they are getting, even lost keywords, but what are the top pages that are bringing in the most traffic? And this is good because we can see which pages, which pieces of content are bringing in the traffic, and then look by source. Is that piece of content ranking for specific keywords? Is this more referral traffic? Are they putting this in their newsletter or maybe on social media and promoting it that way? How is this traffic coming in? So that's something we can take a look at. So here we see that this one particular piece of content that looks like it was created about a year ago here brings in about 6% of traffic. So this is where we can always go in and look at that specific URL and see how that's bringing in traffic, how that's kind of changed over time. And especially if it's a topic that we have not covered, maybe that is something that we want to consider covering as well. Now we also have our main organic competitors. So we looked at some of this as well. And this organic search traffic or competitive positioning map that we have looked at before. But I always keep an eye on this because sometimes they bring up other URLs here that maybe weren't mentioned before. Now, just like with the other reports, if we pop back up here to the top, we have some more tabs running across here. So we have positions here. And now, as you can see, we can get a really nice list here of all of their search positions. So this allows us to see their position again, which SERP features they are receiving, and all of this great information right here. So this is something that you may actually want to export here and go ahead and pull this out, and it may allow you to just sort that. If you prefer more of the Excel style, you want to be able to play around with it, maybe even add some of these keywords to yours to consider. Put that in your own keyword research. But for now, we are here, we're looking at just theirs, and we can again filter just like with some of the other reports here, the other tools that we have. We can sort by positions. If we only want to see what keywords are ranking in the top 3 positions, this is going to give us a list of all of those right here. So it's super, super valuable to have. And if we want to say, okay, well, we only want to see the keywords that are ranking in the top 3 for them, but they also have a search volume of, let's say, at least 1,000. So we can put that in. We're looking for 1,000 to 10,000. We can always go in here and we can set a custom range. We can edit that if we want to. And so now we can see, okay, we have a traffic. They're getting 1,000 visits per month. Now this keyword is just the website's name. So people are trying to search for them directly. So that's not really a keyword, of course, that we're going to want to go over. But let's say here, things to do with teenagers near me. And they have a SERP feature with an image here. They are getting 700 plus visitors that are actually coming in here, which makes up 1.2% of their traffic coming in. But this particular keyword has a search volume of 5,400. And then we can see the keyword difficulty. So if we can say, okay, they're in position 2 here, they're getting 712 visits out of the 5,400 possible, but this only has a keyword difficulty of 28. So that's considered, as you can see, an easier keyword to be able to go after. So that brings me to another thing that I really like to do here. If we take out the search volume for a minute, let's say what we want to do is we want to look for the keywords that are ranking in the top 3 and that they have a keyword difficulty of, let's say, very easy to easy. So let's say we're going to do from 0 to maybe 25. So we want to go for the easiest keywords. So we let that run. And then here, now we're seeing We have family activities near me. They're in position 3, getting 1,800 searches, and there are 2,200 searches per month, and the keyword difficulty is 24. Now, near me, of course, we'd actually have to be near them in that particular area. So that's something to consider when you have a near me keyword. But here we have, for instance, fun places for teens. So that's only a 16. And remember, we can always click on the column name and that's going to sort it. But I'm going to click on it one more time because I want to start with, let's look at what has the lowest keyword difficulty. So we can see here that these all are zeros. We have ones, twos. There's a lot of images popping up though. So that may be something we have to consider. Can we actually rank an image? Because we don't always have to rank just a post. So if that is bringing in just a little bit of traffic, that may or may not actually be worth it. Maybe you actually want to go after an actual post that they are ranking for. But see, we have some position number ones. These aren't the SERP features. This is organic searches here, and they only have a search volume of 30, but it's likely that they are ranking, like these two keywords are probably ranking for the same post. Actually, we can come over here and see that yes, they are ranking for that. So if we decide, well, this is a topic that makes sense to us, then what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and click on their URL, and we're going to go research that specific post. What backlinks is that specific post getting? How many backlinks do they have? What are all of the keywords that particular post is ranking for? Because especially if this has been around for a year, it's likely that if it's already ranking for 1 or 2 keywords here, it's probably ranking for many keywords. So that's how we really drill down and figure out where to start, get some good ideas for what we can do. We're not copying their content or doing anything like that. We are making sure that our own content is unique. We're trying to find ways to add value, to really make sure that we're answering the questions, make sure it's really usable for the visitors that are coming in. But this is giving us ideas for what keywords may make sense to bring the most traffic in. Now we can scroll back up and we can come over here to position changes. And just like it sounds, we're going to be able to see the new keywords that they are ranking for, what have gone down, any that have been lost here as well. So you can always hover over a particular day and you can see how many they have lost, which ones are new, and so forth. And of course, here we're seeing what pages are actually going up and down. So for instance, when we were looking in the positions tab here, we were looking at this teen post, but we see that their traffic has actually declined for that post. So see, if we hadn't come over to position changes, or we didn't dive more into that specific URL to gather more information, then we wouldn't know that their traffic has actually gone down by 700 in the last month if we hadn't started to look into this a little bit more. So that is really helpful information to have to be able to determine, well, do I actually want to go after this topic, or why might their search volume be going down? Maybe they were ranked number 1 last month and now they're number 3, and then that would tell us, well, that is why their traffic has gone down. And now as we come down, we have this nice chart here below, and it is going to show us all of the changes. Whether it's traffic's gone up, traffic's gone down, there's been changes with the SERP features that we're ranking for. It shows all of that in this really long list of the changes here. But we can also, oops, I went a little too far there. We can also just search by clicking on these tabs. Say, I only want to see what's working for them right now. I only want to see what keywords are actually improving. They were previously ranked number 10. Now they're ranked number 5. Their traffic is going up, and this has been updated less than a day ago. We can scroll down further and we can see the same thing. They were in position 23. Now they're in position 1. This is bringing in more traffic for them. So we can also say, but what are they declining in? What's going down for them? And you see this one went from position 3 to position 4. And this is a great example of the difference one single position in search results can make. They went from position 3 down to position 4. It's only 1, but they have lost 1,900 visits solely from that drop. So you see, this is why you want to take a look at what they're doing, but even for your own site, you want to make sure that you're paying attention to what is declining over the past month, because look at the difference in traffic. So if you're able to catch these declines before they really start to decline. So for instance, let's see if we have any big ones. Like this one was a 6, Now it's a 41. Well, if that was one of these higher search volume keywords, well, they're really going to be losing a lot more traffic. But likewise, if you were in position 4 and you were able to optimize that page a little better to get it to position 3 or even 2, you're up at least 1,900 visits per month. So that is incredibly, incredibly important. Now we can take a look at the competitors tab and we can see the number of keywords that they have coming in that they're ranking for. And again, this can be all different positions though. And we can see the amount of traffic that is bringing into them and the traffic cost. Now the traffic cost, this doesn't necessarily mean that they are actually paying for traffic. This just means that if they were to be paying for all of those keywords that is bringing them in that much traffic, that's how much that value would be worth. That's how much they would need to be paying. But this right now is all just coming in organically. And this we looked at a little bit ago where we were able to see our organic competitors. You see we have quite a long list here. So this is of course going to be some that we're probably not going to really consider our top competitors, but others may be. So this is something we will end up sorting through here. Sometimes it is easier just to export this list so then you can just delete whoever you don't want and be able to upload those back in and really study those specific sites. But we can take a look here at the common keywords. I would filter here by clicking on common keywords to see who we have the most common keywords for this particular competitor, because that may very well be who are some of our direct search competitors are going to be. We will also see then, of course, what their traffic is, how much they're bringing in, and if they were paying for that traffic again, how much they would be paying. But it shows us here how many keywords they're actually paying for. We see this one is paying for 19, this one 11, but for the most part, these guys are not paying for keywords. So that does not seem to be a strategy that they are using. Next, we have the Pages tab, which is going to give us a list of their organic pages, which ones are getting the traffic. We can see their homepage is getting the bulk of the views here. We see this particular post that keeps coming up for us is getting 3,400 visits. The traffic has gone down as we had looked at, and we see the percentage of their overall traffic. But just as I was saying when we were looking at this page earlier on, if this is a topic we wanted to go after or wanted to consider, then I would click through because I would want to see what other keywords is it ranking for? And is it ranking for the best keywords? So maybe there's a keyword that has a lower keyword difficulty, it has a higher search volume, but they didn't really optimize their page specifically for that keyword. So maybe we're going to go after that keyword instead, and so we can bring in that higher traffic. So this is where it makes sense to look at the keywords, because this is telling us that within the top 100 searches in Google, this page is ranking somewhere in the top 100 for 1,100 different keywords. So it is very possible that they are not ranking maybe for the best one that they could. And that's where you can swoop in and do that. And even as you rank for your own pages, this is good to come back and check after time. What new keywords are you ranking for? Because sometimes oftentimes you'll find keywords that you didn't think to optimize for or think to look for, or maybe didn't come up before. And you will start to see, oh, you know what, I'm ranking for this one. It's lower down there, but the keyword difficulty isn't that bad, but it has a much higher search volume. Maybe, I should tweak some things and see if I can increase that a bit as well. Because over time, you definitely will start to get picked up by some of those longer tail keywords. Now, if you want to be able to go in and see their backlinks here to this specific page, then you can do that here. But we're going to take a look at a really cool tool in just a moment to be able to find out what backlinks they actually have as a domain and which ones are going to be really good for you to go after. Now, lastly, there is the subdomains tab, just to be able to see a lot of the same information just based on the subdomains that they have, but they don't have any additional subdomains, so not something we need to worry about. The last two tools under competitive research are Keyword Gap and Backlink Gap. So let's go ahead and start with the Keyword Gap tool. The Keyword Gap tool is going to help you identify your competitors' target keywords. So you're going to be able to see any that you may have missed. After all, you are looking at several different competitors. You're looking at all these different keywords. It's probable that you're going to miss a keyword or two. So So this is definitely going to help you figure out what your competitors are actually ranking for, what you're not ranking for, and see what common keywords they have, and then see what you are missing. So this is going to give you a lot of really helpful keyword information. And what we're going to do here is we can pop in some competitors. So it had the other domain. So we're going to add in our own domain here, and we are going to add in the competitors domain there. And let's add in, let's say, one more keyword here. And now we want to compare these. But before we click on compare, notice over here we have a few boxes. Here we can compare keywords for organic keywords, which is what we're going to do. But you can also compare paid keywords if you're going to be running paid ads, and the product listing ads or PLA keywords here as well. So we'll just start with the organic ones since that's what we're after, and we will compare these. And you also have the root domain, exact URL, subdomain, or subfolder if you want to be specific on exactly what within that site you're looking for. But we're going to leave these all set here to root domain. We're going to keep the target country as US since that is where all of these are targeting. And let's click compare. And just like that, we now have a list of all of the top opportunities right here for us. It lists many of the keywords here. Now it tells us up here at the top under top opportunities, what are some of the missing top opportunities that we have that we could be targeting. It also has our weak opportunities. And this means for these particular keywords, we are actually ranking lower for those particular keywords than our competitors. So we can go back and we can compare our content. We can see, have we just not optimized for these, and see if we can bump ourselves up so we can get more of the traffic. So again, what we already are ranking for, just lower than all of our competitors that we've put in, and what are some keywords that they're ranking for that we are not, that we could start to go after. So in our keyword overlap section here, this gives us a nice visual of the amount of keywords that these different sites have. So we can see that we're right in the middle here with the number of keywords, but we can see the amount of keywords that this site has that we do not at all. And then you can see where there is some crossovers. So you can see this little spot right here in the middle where all three of our sites have this common keyword. But only out of all of these keywords, we only have this little bit of crossover with this bigger site here that has more traffic coming in. So that's something we could definitely look at. What things that we could do to maybe strengthen some of the ones that where there already is some crossover to make sure that we are ranking higher. But how can we go after some of this bigger chunk that they seem to be ranking for as well? Now, if we continue to go down here, we have all the keyword details, and this is by site. So if we want to look at just us, if we want to look at our competitors, and then you'll notice here that we have this filtered bar here. So we can look at all of the keywords for all of the domains that we've put in here ourselves, our competitors. But this right now, this is giving us the shared list. These are all the keywords that all three of the sites are ranking for. So this is going to tell us here, this is the top ranking site for this particular keyword. You can see they're quite a bit above us, even though they're still really not all that high for that particular keyword. But we can see here, for instance, we have this keyword where this site is ranking higher, although all of us are pretty low, but it has a search volume of 2,400 and a keyword difficulty of only 16, so it's easier. So this is one of those I would go back and say, well, they're not ranking well, but maybe I can go in and take a chunk of this 2,400 searches per month. So let me see, do we have a post that we just have not optimized, or is this content just really old, or what's going on that it's not ranking higher for a low keyword difficulty keyword here? So here's another one here. It shows that they're ranking in 34, but this only has a keyword difficulty of 11. So you see some of these lower keyword difficulty ones I would definitely take a look at and see how can we boost that even further. So we can see some of these, we are actually ranking higher than the competitors, but it's still not really good. So some of these crossover ones aren't that great. Now, for these particular ones, if this was us right here, I would be saying, okay, we are ranked at 9, 13, 12. those are pretty decent positions. We're not going to be getting great traffic from it, but maybe we can optimize, especially these two. If I see a keyword difficulty of 13, as you can see, very easy, and we're already in position 9, well, why aren't we ranking higher? And I may not spend my time there. It definitely want to be prioritized because the search volume is only 30, so it's not going to do a massive amount for the site, but maybe it's an easier tweak. So that's something that we can consider. But we can also look at what is missing. Now, missing, this means that the other sites are ranking for these keywords, but we're not ranking for these keywords. So we want to go in and see, well, where are they getting this traffic? And we'll take a look at what's the search volume, what's the keyword difficulty, why are they ranking higher for these? And again, actually taking a look at the ones like, okay, they're looking for photos. So, well, maybe they're ranking with an actual picture or something, but they're ranking 8 and 11 and the keyword difficulty is only 12. So this is how we can start to find some opportunities. And if you have a newer site or you have a site with a lower authority score, so maybe under 20, then you're going to want to be looking at some of these longer keywords here, these long tail keywords, because how could you rank for this? It only has 140 search volume. It has a low keyword difficulty. This one here only has a 6. Now it doesn't have a huge amount of traffic, but it's really easy to rank for. So if you have a newer site, you have to build up that authority. And so some of the ways that you can do it is starting with looking for the keywords that have the low keyword difficulty. They're a longer tail keyword, not so much competition there. And as you start to gain rankings, you use those smaller rankings to pull in traffic. You're going to start building up that trust with Google, start building up your authority score. And that's how you'll be able to start getting some more traffic in. So now here we can always click into each of these keywords just as we've done before. And this will take us back to our keyword overview to get more data on that specific keyword if we want. But definitely when you come in here and you are playing around, you want to flip between the missing opportunities, the weak opportunities where you already ranking, but you're lower than the competitors here. Where are you strong, the untapped keywords, unique, and so forth. So going through each of those really is going to help you expand your list of possibilities and give you lots of great keywords to start with. So this is incredibly helpful to have. Now, very similar to this is the Backlink Gap. Just like Keyword Gap, this is going to let you put in competitors. So we'll add another one here. And just like with the Keyword Gap, we could add additional ones here as well. So we'll go ahead and we will find prospects. And while we did look at a backlink tool before, and we've looked at a lot of possibilities for backlinks, this is a really nice way to be able to see what backlinks you are specifically missing that the competitors have. So as you can see, we can put multiple competitors up here at the top. And just like with the Keyword Gap, it's going to give us a column comparing. So it'll say, okay, this site here, we have Pinterest. Well, they have 2 backlinks. We don't have any. This one here, they have 1. We don't have any. And then what we can do here is, as you can see right now, this long list of possibilities here is sorted by the authority score. So it's saying this is getting a couple of links from this site. Pinterest, of course, has a 100 authority score, as high as you can get. And the monthly visits, this is of course referring to this particular domain, not our site or the competitor's site. So if we want to go for some of the sites that have a higher authority score, then we can simply click on the column here if it wasn't already sorted by that. So we can see what opportunities exist. What do they have in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and so forth. And that way we can start to break down, well, what are their specific backlinks? So now we can see, okay, this one has this particular profile, they are linking back to this particular website. So could we get that backlink and just simply set up a Pinterest profile here? Same thing here. They have this particular URL linking to their weekly roundup here, it says, but we noticed that that link was recently removed just a couple of months ago. So they don't have that backlink anymore, but it doesn't mean that it's not possible to go back. Maybe we can look for why they linked to them in the first place, so that maybe we can pitch to them something similar, or maybe we have more relevant content or content that stays up to date, whatever it may be. And if we go to this page, since it was lost, we're not going to see it. I would open up the Internet Archives. I would pop in the URL of the specific backlink. So not this one up here, but I would grab this specific URL, pop that in to Internet Archives, and I would try to go see what that looked like before this time. So maybe the beginning of April, and we could see maybe where they link to them if that page comes up, and that will give us a better idea for a possible outreach opportunity there. So that's why it's good to make sure that you are adding in your domain to be able to see the differences between you and the other one here. So we have, let's see, they have a travel website, authority score of 62. We don't have it. They have 1. And fun activities in Washington, D.C. They link to, well, there's a tag there. So maybe that's one that we could go back and offer them something that's a little bit more relevant. They did link to that about a year ago, and it is still there. So if you're looking for more backlink ideas, of course, SEMrush is going to suggest specific ones to you. But if you want to be able to go in and look at the competitors who are ranking for the terms that you already want to rank for, and be able to look for some high quality domains that are already going to make sense for what you're trying to do, then this is a really good way to say, hey, if I'm competing against 4 or 5 sites and they're all getting a backlink from this one source, what can I do to go out and get a backlink from that same site as well? So long, of course, as it makes sense to get that backlink, it's going to work for your profile. And just like with the keyword gap tool, back up here at the top, we're also able to filter again. So these are the best ones. We can also look for the weak opportunities, the strong, the shared, and so forth. So again, that's a great way that right within this one tool, you're able to find some more opportunities here. So you should be feeling really good right about now. We have gone through a lot already, and we have just wrapped up the competitive research section. Now, the next section is keyword research, and we've really done most of all of those. So I do want to take a look at the keyword strategy builder. Now, this used to be called the Keyword Manager, but this tool has been updated, and it is really neat what it can do here. So what it is having you do is it really is helping you organize your keywords and the content that you're going to be creating to rank for these keywords. And it's really nice to have this automatically done for you. So it's basically helping you not only come up with this keyword strategy, and it's going to help you organize that content, because we've talked about links, we've talked about internal links, being able to build content that you can easily link to other pieces of content on your site is going to be important, especially if they're relevant, it's helpful for the visitor. That's really good. And so this does it for you. So what we can do here is you start by entering seed words. So it gives us up to 5 that we can enter. So I'm just going to pop in a few for the sake of example here, and we are going to click on create list. And this may take a couple of minutes for them to pull together and organize. Now, while this is running, I do want to let you know that if you want to use keywords as you are going through the process that we did earlier in this tutorial, we're using some of the other keyword tools. You can, of course, add keywords just like we did here. You can also add them from the keyword magic tool. You'll see right in the main table where you're able to send it to the keyword strategy builder. Also the keyword gap tool, organic research, even keyword overview. So those are all ways that you're going to be able to send keywords specifically to this strategy builder. So what's happening now as this is going, it's not only pulling together a list of topics for you, it's also creating pillar pages, and these are going to be like your main pages and sub pages. So you'll have your topic, you'll have your pillar page. That's the main page that covers that topic. And then underneath that pillar page, it will have multiple sub pages. So these are all pages that are relevant to that pillar page, and all of those sub pages are going to be linked to that main pillar page, and that's going to help give that page some more importance and help give it a little bit of boost, hopefully. So since this has to put together a structured list, this can take a few more minutes. But once the tool actually finishes here, we're going to be able to see a list of the topics and pages. So we'll wait for just a moment and we'll take a look at the report it gives us. The report has now finished, so we can start taking a look at this data here. You'll notice that this page is looking different than the other pages that we have looked at before. So we're going to walk through how to use this and what all of this means. Now, I did share how you can add some additional keywords, of course, using the other tools. You're also able to come up here to add keywords, so you can add more keywords this way as well. But let's start off here at the very top. We have this topical overview. Now, in this widget, This is going to help you put topics into these different categories and prioritize your keywords based on a particular topic and the pages that you can create around it. So what I like about this is it really helps you have a clear map of what your pillar pages are going to be. So this is the main keyword that you are targeting, the main content that you are going to create, and then you're going to create all these supporting pages. These are your sub pages. They cover very similar, relevant, not similar as in the same, but similar as in relevant pieces of content, and you take all of those sub pages and you link to that main pillar page, and that is making that page more important, and hopefully that's going to help be able to give that an added boost. But all of those sub pages should be relevant because it should encourage people to want to actually click to find additional information on those relevant topics. So for instance, we can click into one of these, and now this is going to tell us, okay, well, our pillar topic is free museums in DC, and this has about 30 keywords that we can rank for. So when you hover over it, it is telling us this is going to be your pillar page. This is the keyword difficulty for this keyword, and this is the amount of search volume that exists, and you'll likely be able to rank for these other keywords as well. So we're going after free museums in DC, but you'll over time probably also rank for museums in DC, Washington DC museums, and so forth. Now you have the topic, so now we have all of these sub pages. So based on free museums in DC, we can also have a piece of content about free things to do in DC this weekend, or best free museums in DC, and it just gives us interactive museum DC. And then it will give us likewise a search volume, keyword difficulty, and other keywords that we can rank for. So we create these sub pages here, again, so long as it makes sense. Not all of them necessarily will. And then you will link all of those, each one of those, to that pillar page there. Now you can also come down here and you will see this more in a list format where you have the pillar page and it shares 13 sub pages here. So we'll go down and look for a more relevant topic. We have our pillar page, things to do in DC with kids, and it gives us 395 different sub pages that could be created. Obviously, you're not going to go with all of those right away. Where this one, things to do in DC, we have 100 different subpages. This one has only 13. So of course, it's just going to depend, but you can start with a handful of these and maybe build off of them over time. So you'll notice each of these, just like above in the graph, it tells you the number of keywords, the intent, the keyword difficulty, and search volume for each of these. So when you have green here, the darker the green, the better. Again, we've looked at keyword difficulty a number of times here. The lower the number, the better. So this is telling you 4 different keywords you may be able to rank this particular keyword for. Only has keyword difficulty of 14. Of course, as long as this is relevant to the topic of your website. So if it suggests something and it isn't really relevant, like this one, parking near the mall, that it's not exactly really what the site talks about. So even though you can get some with a decent search volume, maybe some that have a lower keyword difficulty, maybe it doesn't make sense though for your site's overall topic to go for that. So don't just add it because it looks like a good keyword. Keep your site relevant. Now, next to all of these, you will see that there is a write content button here. And this lets you send this cluster straight to the SEO writing assistant, and where you'll be able to start writing this piece of content. Now, if you click on the drop down next to the keyword here, this is going to give you all of the different potential keywords that this could end up ranking for, so that you can then prioritize these in your post as well, looking at the search volume, looking at the keyword difficulty and intent there. You'll also notice these little trash can icons. So if you decide that something isn't relevant, something you don't want to do, you can simply click on the little trash bin there and it will delete that from your list. So this is the topics and pages section here. There is also another tab here called table. And this is simply another way to view your keywords. So this is where you're going to be able to analyze intent, the page, the volume, keyword difficulty, SERP features, the click potential, the top competitors are, and so forth. So I highly recommend, just like with some of the other tools that we've looked at, make sure that you are actually using this filter bar here, because a lot of times you are going to get an overwhelming amount of information and possibilities. So the way that you figure that out is by using these filter tools. We can't start with everything. We don't also want to get paralyzed by the amount of information. So that is where these come in. Are we trying to look for an easier to rank keyword because our site is brand new or we have very low authority? Or maybe our authority is pretty good. Maybe we got 40s and 50s. So maybe we're going to go after some keywords that are a little bit harder. We already got traffic coming in. We're going to really try to expand this with some harder to get keywords here. And just like with the other tools, if you want to be able to send any of these keywords to another tool, you can simply select them, click send keywords, and then you can send them over to the SEO writing assistant, which we'll look at, to be able to start writing your content. You can start tracking the position of these and so forth. Now, while you are on the screen, another option that you may choose to use is that you can tag your keywords. So you'll see below each keyword here, a little button to add tag. So you can simply click on add tag if you want to be able to mark or organize your keywords in a certain way. And then what you'll be able to do in the future is you'll be able to come back and actually filter by the tag. So you can see up here this tags filter. Once you have tags created, those will appear in this list. And if you say, oh, I wanted to go find the ones that have the word weekend or specifically about this city or that neighborhood or however you decide to break them down, then you'll be able to sort that here and go straight to that list. And lastly, if you want to be able to share any of this information, you can simply use the share icon up here, pop in the email address of the person that you want to share this with, and they can either be the viewer or they can actually go in and edit some of this for you. So if you've pulled these initial reports, but you want to get someone who's on your SEO team to go in and edit through this, maybe you want them to add tags or organize some of the keywords a little differently, then you'll be able to select their permissions here and click share so that they can help you with that. So as we come over here to the keyword overview, this is pulling out information for this particular competitor. So let's say what we're trying to do here is really just analyze our own keywords. Now that we've looked at the competition's keywords, we want to see how difficult they'd be to rank for so we know which ones to actually start with. So we start getting some results here. What we can do is pop over to this keyword overview, this bulk analysis. And what this is going to do is let us add up to 100 keywords in here. And we can add these in here and we can just see how difficult they are going to be to rank for. So we need to enter the keywords and separate them by comma here. So I've just added in a handful of keywords here. Again, we can select the location specifically if we want to, but we'll leave it as is and click search. So here under the bulk analysis, it's going to give us the keywords that we entered along with all of this information, these columns that at this point you definitely should be familiar with, from search volume to trend, keyword difficulty, and so forth. So you'll be able to see all of that in one screen right here. But if we come back over here to overview, and let's say we want to jump into one keyword specific. So we'll pick the top one. And now we're going to get a lot of information about this specific keyword. So if you put in some keywords here and you want to see, well, is that the best keyword to go after, or do we need to find some other variations here? That's where this is really helpful. If we scroll down here a little bit, we can see the keyword idea. So there's a couple of columns here. We have the keyword variations first, and then we have questions. So keyword variations, these are just, as it sounds, different variations of that main keyword that we may want to consider. So sometimes we can look at this list, and as you can see, there are a lot more keyword variations we can consider. We can look at, are there ways that it would make sense to have multiple posts for this? Or is it better just to have one comprehensive post? So for instance, I'm not going to make two separate posts, one about the state park and then a separate one about the photos of that state park. That doesn't really quite make sense, but it may make sense to make sure that we are optimizing that post to maybe pick up this long tail keyword as well, so that people can come to our main post and still see photos there as well, but they're probably looking for images. So that may be that we need to optimize our image so our image pops up for that if we go to Google and they are displaying images in their search results there. The questions is also really helpful, the more especially that everyone has phones and we have to deal with voice search. A lot of people, when they search, they will ask questions. So that is something that's very important to consider when looking at keywords. It's different if you're just typing it in versus if you're actually speaking in a search. So asking, is a park open, or can you swim there? So you see all of these are different types of questions, and this is a good good way to be able to win some featured snippets, but also just be able to answer someone's question really quick. These don't have to be long, really in-depth answers or posts. The last section of our keyword ideas is the keyword strategy column here. And this is a group of keywords a page can rank for. So you see, if we write about this specific state park, it could potentially also rank for these other keywords below it as well. So that's something that we can consider. So we can add these sections maybe, or add links, add information about this, again, so long as it makes sense. We're not just doing everything for SEO purposes. We have to make sure that it makes sense to the reader. I promise you, if it does not make sense to the reader, they're not happy with your site, they're going to leave. Even if you start having traffic, you're going to lose it eventually. So make sure your visitor is at the forefront of your mind. There's no reason to do something that doesn't make sense, because as you can see, this tool gives us so much information. We can easily find keywords that work. So there's no need to try to do anything silly here. Now you can also check the trend. We haven't touched too much on trend, but you can see here, as we were talking about, for instance, if a park is maybe seasonal, are more people searching for that at different times of year? Is it more consistent? Is it on a downtrend, an uptrend? So that can help you really think about, is this something that you want to go after based on how that trend looks? And down below, you will see the keyword overview report. And this has all of the top domains where their specific web pages are the ones that are actually showing up for the term, the keyword that you are analyzing right now. And so you'll be able to see here all of their data, the pages, authority score, how many backlinks, how much search traffic they're actually getting. You can go through more search results pages as well here. Now, if this were a keyword that would be more targeted towards e-commerce, shopping, which this one definitely is not, but if it were, down below, you would have PLA copies, ad copies, keyword ad history. So this is going to be showing you some of the top product listing ads. Those are the PLAs that are actually being paid for right now. You would see some of the ad copies. So you can see some of the actual ads that have been run for the particular keyword. And then it was also show you in the history box how actively websites bid on the keyword over the past 12 months. And again, you'll kind of be able to see a trend line there for how people are choosing to pay, or when they're choosing to pay for that particular keyword. Now next, what we can do is come up here back to our keyword research section and go to the keyword magic tool. So this tool is really good to really build a keyword master list. So you're going to have all of your keywords right here. So the first thing that we want to do is put in an example keyword here and select search. Now the tool here is going to generate a complete list of all of the related keywords that you're going to see in this table down here below. All of these keywords are coming from that main keyword, that seed keyword that you put in. Now, how many keywords are actually going to appear in this list here is really going to depend on the popularity of the keyword that you put in. So sometimes there'll be more, sometimes there are going to be less here. Now, just like with the other reports here, you're going to notice here at the top, you can look for all keywords. And just like we were looking at in the last section, you can also look for keywords that are just based on questions. Now you'll notice a few terms up here, and you may or may not be familiar with these. So just in case, we're going to look at what this means if you actually search by these different matches here. So all keywords, this is, well, exactly what you'd expect. It is the default here, and it's going to include all of these different types of keywords up here. Now, the first up is broad match. So this is going to show you all the keyword ideas for that seed keyword that you just entered, right? In all forms. So it's not going to have an exact order. It will just kind of mix up those words that you put in. And so typically you're going to find that broad match is going to give you the most amount of keyword options. Now, next you have the phrase match, and this list is going to have the keywords that use the exact same form as that seed keyword that you just put in, but it might switch the order of them around. Maybe something comes before it. So for instance, if we put things to do with things to do in DC with kids, here we have best things to do in DC with kids. So it is keeping things to do in kids with things to do in DC. Now you also have exact match. match. And this shows all the keyword ideas for that keyword that you added in the exact same order, the exact same form as that keyword, and in the exact order here. Now, related is, as I'm sure you can guess here, this are the keywords that are similar, they're relevant, but they may or may not contain all of the words that you put in. So that is why it is helpful to go through the different sections there. But just as like with the other ones, you can also click all keywords, so it contains everything there. And then we go right back to our filter bar here where we can sort by volume, keyword difficulty, intent, and so forth. And if we see a keyword that is repeating, sometimes I'll go through and I'm like, I don't want to see that particular keyword in here, or any key phrase that has that specific word, you can include or exclude, and that will help drill down that list even further. So we'll go over to questions, because this will take that seed keyword that you put in and it will try to put it into question format. So it'll look for what are people actually asking that includes terms like this. Now you also have over here in this column keyword groups, and you'll see that there are different groups here, and you'll see that they have a little drop down here, and sometimes there's even some more drop downs inside of each of these here. Now these groups are organized by shared keywords, so you can use them to find different subtopics that are around a main keyword. And there's two ways to look through this list. You can either do it by number, or you can also do it by volume. And then if there's a particular keyword that you like or you don't like, let's say we don't want to have adult, we can simply click on this icon right here, and that will exclude that particular word from this keyword list here. So you won't see any keyword options with that particular word. So if you feel like you've been doing quite a bit of keyword research, your list has really been growing, that is really great. The wider net that you can cast, the more possible keywords that you can research and explore, the more likely you are to come up with really great keywords that really target your site, that will allow you to rank for those keywords relatively quickly. And as always, you are able to select the keywords that you want and be able to add these here to your keyword list. So let's say that there is a new product being launched, a new service being launched. There's something new that we're going to be targeting, and we want to create landing pages. We want to create maybe a couple blog posts about it, but we really want to dive into it, and we're struggling to come up with, well, what are some ideas that could really support what it is that we're trying to do, our main keyword that we really want to target here. So that's where coming in here and also looking for our related keywords is going to help, because it may give you some ideas of other similar things that people are searching for that may then draw them to your site, and then you'll be able to point them to the new product, the new service that you have to offer. Now with this report and many reports, you also have the ability to manage columns here. So if you click on this settings icon here with manage columns, you are able to select what you do and do not want to see. So if you want to add a column, you want to take column away, it will automatically make those changes for you. So next up, we want to go on to link building, and we want to be able to start building some more backlinks. Now the good news is that we've already set up both the Backlink Audit and we have gone through the link building tool when we set up our project. So that way we were able to audit our own backlink profile. We're able to discover new possible backlinks for the site. And yet there's still a couple of other tools that we have. And one of those is the Backlink Analytics. So here, if you want to dive into a particular competitor to see more of their backlink profile, you're going to be able to do that right here. Now, of course, we looked at the Backlink Gap, and that helped us to look across multiple competitors and really see what we were missing there and which backlinks the competition had in common, and of course, which ones they didn't have in common, so we can find some missing opportunities. Yet, if we want to just go into one competitor in particular, we can pop them in here and analyze their backlink profile. This is going to give you all of this information about which referring domains that we have, which backlinks they're picking up. We can see which ones they've lost, which ones they've gained. So there's a lot of good information here under the Backlink Analytics. So we're not only going to be able to see here the referring domains, the number of backlinks they have. So typically the number of backlinks that you have is always going to be higher than referring domains, because sometimes they will point a link back to the website from multiple pages on their website. So oftentimes you end up with a lot more backlinks than you do domains. If there is a huge discrepancy, that's definitely something to look into just to make sure that nothing's funny is going on. And again, we know their monthly visits, traffic, and their outbound links as well. So some of this information we have looked at here, but we can also see the number of backlinks they're getting and kind of the fluctuation of what's happening there. A good opportunity can be also to come in and say, well, what websites have completely dropped their link, or specifically what backlinks have they gained or lost. So sometimes if they have gained particular ones, well, maybe there's room for something similar for your website so that you can add a link on that same website, or maybe even same post where they are at. But if a domain has dropped them for any reason, maybe the post was no longer relevant. Maybe they've redone it. Maybe they didn't have another better resource to replace it, or got out of date. That's where you can do outreach and go back and offer your resource as something that is up to date and it's a better option for them to link to. And you could pick up a link that way. And without having to dive too much into the specific backlinks, we can also look at what is the anchor text. So this is the text. The anchor text is the text that is on the web page that they actually use to link to that other website. So you can see, for instance, they are linking their name, primarily the website name. And it's good to see a mix, for your own site, especially here. And we can see the types of backlinks, the link attributes, all of these things that we've looked at in the audit. So you will be familiar with these as well. So this is a very nice overview here of all of the information. Now you will also see up here at the top a network graph, and you have this funny looking graph right here. And so what this is showing you is the number of domains that are actually relevant to this website that are coming in. So you can see here it already charts it saying that these links are relevant to this website. So by being relevant, it's saying that this is a good thing. This is showing that the backlinks coming in are very relevant to the topic that this website covers. Now, if you are starting to see some of these gray dots in here, it's kind of in the middle. It's maybe not super relevant, but it's not completely irrelevant either. And then we don't see any on this one, which is good for them, is red. And that means this is not good. This is probably a link network. This does not look good. So ideally, you really want to see a whole lot more green. Everyone is likely going to see some gray in there, but you don't ever want to see red. So that tells you that something's going on with their website. They're getting some bad links, and you definitely want to stay away from those. Now, all of these tabs up here at the top are going to go into even further information. I'm not going to dive into those. I'll allow you to explore those. We have covered all of those here, so those will look familiar to you and you'll understand that information. Now what we can do is come over to the last section under link building that we haven't covered, which is bulk analysis. Now, of course, this is also a tool that you're going to use for link building to help you find more opportunities. The difference here is now you're going to be able to put in up to 100 different URLs and pop all of them in here, and then it is going to analyze all of those for you at the same time and give you back all of the information we were looking at in our other link building tools here. So you'll be able to analyze the right ones to go after. So you'll simply pop those in and click compare. Now that we have finished up the link building section, we're going to pop down to the section below on page and technical SEO. The good news is we've already covered some of these tools, so we're not going to need to revisit all of these here, but I do want to look at the SEO Content Template together. So this is a really helpful tool if you want to be able to just put in a keyword or a number of keywords, and for SEMrush to give you very specific recommendations on how you can craft a piece of content that is going to be better. And when I say better, I mean more SEO friendly, and it's going to help you rank better when you optimize it in a certain way. So it's going to look at a number of factors to provide you with these recommendations. Now, if you are not the only one who's actually creating the content for the website, I still really like to use this because this gives you a template that you can hand off to a writer, to your team that you've hired, and you are giving them specific recommendations and instructions here so that the content they're creating is SEO friendly already for you. So what happens here is that the template is going to look at how long your content should be, what semantically related keywords you should make, make sure that you're actually including in your post to help you rank for that main keyword. And if there are any potential backlinks that you should go after to help boost that post to the top of search results and so on. So this is really interesting what this actually gives you. So I'm going to show you what this looks like here. So you're really receiving the specific SEO recommendations on the actual content that is out there in the top 10 spots of Google. So you'll be able to see where and how your competitors are using their target keywords on their pages. You're going to get those semantically related keywords suggested to you so you can get those added in. And if you create content using Google Docs, which is what I usually do, then you can use their SEO writing assistant, and that's going to give you a live integration between this tool right here, the SEO Content Template, and your Google Docs. So it's really, really helpful to have. So let's say here the target keyword that we're going to go after is things to do with kids in DC. And we are going to click Create Content Template. Now that this is run, we can see a list here of the top sites that are actually ranking for the specific keyword. Because what is our goal? Our goal is to ultimately have a piece of content that is better than the top ranked web pages that are there for those keywords. So what we're going to look at is the key recommendations that SEMrush provides and also some of their basic recommendations here. So starting off here with their key recommendations. Now remember, these recommendations are going to be based on the top 10 competitors who are already appearing in Google for that keyword that you want to go after. So here we have the semantically related keywords. So it's going to look for any keywords that are very similar to the main keyword that you put in. And this is going to give you ideas for other words that you can add into your post. So these are going to be relevant ones. So we see some different museums, for example, the zoo, some monuments that are in that DC area. So it's recommending that, like some of the other posts, that we are adding that into our post. So this is really helpful because it really supports that main keyword that you're going after, and it helps Google understand that this is a comprehensive piece of content. And it's also nice that you don't accidentally end up using the same keyword over and over and over again throughout the entire post. There's more to talk about and other keywords that you can put in. But even maybe this will give you ideas for different subtopics or even subsections on that particular page. Now, as you can see here below, we have a handful of potential backlinks. So this is going to tell us right away if we want to rank for this piece of content. It's gone out, looked at the competitors who are already ranking, and helped pull in some ideas from their site. And we can always click on these little arrow icons to jump over to those sites and see if any of those would be worth pursuing. Now, we have also talked about a readability score. And this is providing us with a suggested readability score, saying that the top 10 web pages that are already appearing have an average readability score of 58. So as we are creating our content, we're using the content template here. It is going to let us know what our readability score is as we write the post. So of course, we just want to get higher than 58 and preferably not just above it, but a little ways above it. So there is more of a difference there. And it also tells us the text length. It is recommending that we have over 1,400 words in our post. So that will give us an idea of how much content is included in the top 10 competitors who are ranking for that keyword. Now here we can see how the competitors are using their target keywords. Now, of course, this is just going to give us a glimpse here as to what is appearing in the titles, the URLs, the descriptions. But of course, what we can do is just click through to actually see that page and gather even more information and, just to have a better visual of this. And I'll show you some of these basic recommendations based on this data here in just a second. Now we can see the number 1 ranked site here. That's just part of the keyword right here in the title. We see where the words are actually appearing in the description. But one thing we notice is that it is not in the title, it's not in the URL. And the same for all these top ranking ones. So this one, for instance, has a similar title to what we're going after here. They do mention the keyword here a bit in the actual description here. The second one really just doesn't have much here, but this is not linking to a specific post. It's just linking to the homepage. So it's likely that this site is just known for being a place where you can come find things to do with kids in DC. So that's a bit different here. So this is why it's so helpful to be able to see all of this on one page. It highlights where those words are for you. And if we want to see even more, we can click on show more. It's going to also bring up some of this post and help us see where some of these words are actually popping up in the post. So here we can see this one has a lot more. So we'd be able to go through and see where they are actually including their keywords, what the post actually looks like here. Of course, if we want to see the live one, simply click the arrow and it'll bring that right up for you. Now, when it comes to actually creating this content, I have 2 recommendations for you. You'll notice up here at the top, we have a real-time content check. There is no better way. It's just really, what is your style? What works for you and your team? So when it comes to creating the content, you can also come over here to the real-time content check tab. This is going to allow you to actually write your content live right here inside SEMrush. And then what's going to happen is as you're putting in content, it's going to give you a score. What is the readability? How is your SEO doing? Originality, tone of voice, and looking at all of this to give you specific recommendations. So we want to open up the SEO Writing Assistant. So this is going to give you live feedback right here on the spot. So as you can see here, we can start talking about things to do with kids in DC. And you see, as we do, it is slowly changing our score and it's giving us a visual here. So of course we are going for 10 or close to that, but it's telling us we were recommending to you that you have over 1,400 words. Right now you are at 7. There's no headline. So it's looking at, are you actually formatting the post? So, okay, we can go in and we can add an H1. So see, that recommendation went away because now we've just done that. And now we can start typing in, let's say, Lincoln Memorial Place is a place. And then we could give the description of that down below. So you see, as we write, it's counting our words. It's giving us specific keywords that we could add in. We could say, okay, we've added Lincoln Memorial. Now let's say we want to add in the National Zoo. So we can click on that and it's going to give us this list here of the different recommended keywords that we could go ahead and add in. So this is really helpful to be able to see, and it'll show us how well we're doing in readability versus SEO versus originality, tone of voice. And even if you would like to use their smart writer, their AI to help you with that, to rephrase content, to create content, you can do that here as well. But once you have completed your post, you'll know that your content is well created, especially in comparison to those top ranking web pages right now. Now that you have seen the SEO Writing Assistant, we are down here in the content marketing section. So we're going to pop back up for a moment to our SEO section, and we're going to drop back down under On Page and Technical SEO, and we're going to click on the Log File Analyzer. Now, if you're wondering what in the world is a log file analyzer, don't worry at all. This is something that a lot of people don't talk about when it comes to SEO, but this can be a great way to show how Googlebot is actually crawling your website and to give you some good information you can see. So this is a technical SEO tool, and you can see that that is the section that is under, but this is going to go in and analyze your access logs and then give you a report about how the Googlebot crawls your website. Now, an access log is actually kept on your web server. So you'd actually need to go over to your web host where you actually store all of your website files, and that's where you're going to be able to get access to this log. So this access log is going to give you details of all of the different activity that's happened on your website from bots and people that happen on website. So the reason you would want to use this is to track some of the technical issues that can be happening and optimize a crawl budget. If you're not familiar with crawl budget, that is actually something we talked about when we looked at the Google Search Console. So that's in that video tutorial, which is linked below if you would find that helpful as well. But there we can actually see in our free Google Search Console account our actual crawl budget and how Google is using that and making sure that we are using that so Google is really spending the time crawling the pages we really want them to. Now, if you have ever had to manually analyze a log file, it is a very tedious task and it takes a lot of time, and you really got to be trained on technical website analysis. So a lot of people just skip over these steps, but this tool here kind of fixes that because it's going to give you the quickest way for you to be able to see how bots from Google are going to interact with your site. Now, for those of you who offer SEO for clients, if you have a new client site coming in, this is going to be a way for you to go in and analyze their log file, see what's been happening, and have a technical roadmap. And it will give you ways to really restructure and improve the website's crawlability. This can really help with some quick wins and just help you identify what technical SEO issues there are to start with. So what you need to do here is you're going to need to browse for the log files. You will go in and select your particular log file. So once all the files are uploaded, you're going to click on Start Log File Analyzer. And now in the chart, you're going to be able to see how Googlebot's behavior has changed over time. You can look at the dates there across the bottom. You can also filter this between desktop and mobile bot activity and even adjust the time period. Now on the right-hand side, you're going to be able to see the different status codes. You're going to be able to see the file types that the bots interact with as they're crawling the website. Now scrolling down a bit, you're going to be able to analyze here all of the paths that received the most hits by a bot in that time frame that you selected. So to look deeper into this report, you can filter by status code, you can filter by keyword and the specific path, or even the file type. So this will help you look for a consistency of response statuses to be able to figure out if there's any availability issues or for any parts of your website, and if you want to see if bots are spending their time on a specific type of content. So this could be the HTML files, this could be image files, JavaScript files. This is going to help you see over time really how your crawl budget is being spent to make sure that is actually how you want it to be spent. Now there are some additional sections that I want to show you here, but there's a couple of SEMrush tools that I want to show you. Now there are two tools that if we scroll down here, we will see Sensor and SEMrush Rank. So let's start with Sensor. Now these aren't necessarily specific to your website, but these are free tools, and this is going to allow you to come in and see the volatility of Google SERPs. And this actually tracks the daily changes based on any of the Google algorithm changes. So not only can you come and see just an average of all different categories, which is the default that you see here, the average among all sites through all categories right now is in the normal range, a 4.9 out of 10. And you can see we have selected all categories here. But let's say that one day that you notice suddenly there is a loss of traffic or a sudden dip, and you're not sure if your rankings have really been hit, or you've noticed a lot of fluctuation in your position, something's going on, and you'll be able to come over here and see, is there anything just going on in search results today? Is there an algorithm update happening today? Are a lot of people experiencing this too? And really drill down to the specific category that you are in. So you can see right now in the health category, they're having a very low-key day, a 2.6 out of 10, so that's very low for them. Whereas if you are in arts and entertainment, or you are in business and industrial, you have a 9.2 out of 10. So that is very high. There's a lot of fluctuation, a lot of things going on. So you may just have to give this a couple of days here and kind of monitor what is going on, because everyone in that category is really feeling it. Now, before, this tool used to only have this much information, where you could only look at it by category. And even though that was good just to get an idea, now there is a personal score as well. So you can go ahead and create a personal score. And this score is going to be based off your website. This score is going to be based on those particular keywords that you have set up in position tracking. So that can help you really get precise to know, is it these keywords that are having a lot of fluctuation today? Or maybe is it just my site thing that's happening today and I got to figure that out. So So I want to go back over here to our dashboard here, and now we'll look at SEMrush Rank. Now, Rank is SEMrush's own proprietary ranking of the different sites on the internet, and it really looks at all the sites that have the most organic visibility, how much traffic they really have that they're getting from organic search. And this is monthly data here that is being pulled in. So you can see you obviously have some very popular, well-known sites. You got Wikipedia and Amazon, YouTube, Google. We got Facebook, Pinterest, Instagram. So a lot of those obviously ranking for a lot of keywords. They have a lot of traffic coming in based on those keywords. And we can see here who's doing paid traffic and so forth. So this is something that you may just find interesting. You can use this to monitor what the top domains are actually doing. Look for anything that they're doing to improve their presence on search engines. Because a lot of times, if we really look at what the big sites are doing out there, we can use that or even adapt some of the strategies that they're using for much smaller sites as well. And sometimes we can see success with that. Now, I would always encourage you to look at who your direct search engine competitors are and base your strategies off of that first. So now what we haven't talked too much about yet is local SEO. Now, local SEO, you will be using all of the tools that we have already gone through here in our main SEO section. But for local sites, you do have an additional section. So you'll see some of the same tools here: position tracking, site audit, on-page SEO checker. All of those are the same that we have already gone through, but there are a few more. And the first is listing management. Now, the local listing management, the map, rank, tracker, and review management, these are separate tools from your base SEMrush subscription. So if you do have a local website, you can subscribe just to that. Even for listing management, it's a pretty low fee for just one location. But what this is going to allow you to do is really to check how accurate your business data is across the website. So that is your NAP information, which stands for name, or your business name, I should say, address, and phone number. You want to make sure that all of the locations across the internet, whether you have this on search engines, you got this on maps, on social media, in different local directories like Yelp, TripAdvisor, and so forth, that all of them have the exact same business name, address, and phone number with no variation. And that's a lot of work to do manually. So this is a great way to be able to just put in your business information. It goes out and checks for accuracy. And then it will also send out all of your business data automatically to the top directories out there. So you are getting your NAP information out there as well. So this is also going to help you if there are any duplicate listings out there. That is not good. So you want to make sure that you are able to remove those as well. So this should be able to get reports kind of seeing what needs to be fixed, what is looking good, what your ratings actually look like for the business. So using this business here as an example, it's going to tell us right away, just a kind of quick glimpse, what this actually looks like. We do not have a good business presence, and this is a separate business than the website I've been using as an example here, because they're not considered a local business and they're not eligible for Google Business Profile. So we're using a different example here. But this also shows us out of 44 listings that are out there, 35 of them need to be fixed. There is a decent star rating that the business has and a good number of reviews. Of course, we need to compare that to the number of reviews that the actual competition in local actually has to determine if we're doing really good or if we need a whole lot more. And that's how we'd be able to determine that. But below, we also can see all of the areas that we're going to need fixed. So this is telling us that we have in Yelp a wrong business name. So this means that the business is present in the directory, but the data, the actual business name in this case, is not correct. So this may mean on one site it's listed one way. So for instance, preschool with a dash, and then here preschool without the dash. That is a different variation, and we are looking for consistency across the board. We also have issues not found. That means, hey, this is looking good. This is what we would expect to see, and we are seeing, so we are good there. Here we have the wrong business name across all of these. So that's what we would need to go in and fix just to make sure that there is some consistency. We may have had some listings here before, but it's not coming up, so something is wrong. So we can see there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done for the local listings. So that's where I would just simply export this to a PDF so that I'd be able to download this. I could show a potential client this so they can see some of the things that need to be worked on, or I can send that off to someone who's going to help me fix all of those issues for a client. So that's at least the information that you'll be able to access just on this free version. Now next here we have the advertising dashboard. Now I'm not going to go too much into this here, but I do want to make you aware that this is here. So this advertising dashboard here, this is more so for those of you who want to pay to play. So if you've been looking for pay-per-click advertising, this is an excellent tool to be able to help you have market analysis, keyword research, ad tracking, social media ads, all right here in this dashboard. So if you want to be able to come in here and let's say for PLA research and you want to take a look at all of the Google shopping campaigns, for instance, making sure that you can optimize your shopping campaigns, this is going to help you see what is already there, who's ranking for what, and how you can have a competitive version there. So you'll notice that there are a lot of tools that we have covered already. So we have our keyword research section. You'll recognize these tools: Keyword Gap, Keyword Magic Tools, Strategy Builder. All of these, the position tracking, all of these are the same tools. They are simply reporting on paid ad keywords versus organic search keywords. And then we have some additional tools like Ad Clarity, the PLA research that I mentioned, ads history, ads launch assistant to be able to help you with your ad campaigns. Advertising research, which is going to help you look at your competitors' ad strategies, see what's working well for them, see maybe what they haven't tried or what's not working well, and that's going to help you craft your own paid advertising campaigns. Now, just as we looked at in the SEO section, we also have keyword research. So we have our Keyword Gap tool, Keyword Magic tool, Manager tool, all of which we've looked into in the SEO section up here. But as you can see here, we also have the PPC keyword tool and the ad history tool as well. So your pay-per-click keyword tool, this is going to help you with your search engine advertising. This is going to help you be able to create a separate set of keywords that are specific for your paid keywords. So those will be kept separate than those that you want to rank for organically. So all of this is here. And of course you have your own ad position tracking right here. So again, if you want to use paid ads, this is the place to go to be able to research all of that. And a lot of this is a very similar process to just looking at keywords and analyzing everything that you would for SEO purposes. If you've made it this far, you are amazing. We have covered just about everything inside of SEMrush. There are a few last things that I do want to show you, but especially if you are providing SEO for clients, this is something you absolutely want to make sure that you are paying attention to and dedicate a little bit of extra time to seeing what SEMrush can do for you. Many people don't realize that SEMrush has a CRM, and you can find that under Agency Solutions and Optimization Automation right here, CRM. So yes, you can actually manage your SEO clients right here. This is not only going to allow you to be able to have all of your customer information in one place, but you can put in their name, their address, all basic details, put in budget, statuses, links, notes that you just want to keep internally. You're also going to be able to link them to a specific project. So as we looked at here, setting up a project for them, and then you can tie that specific client to that specific project. So you'll be able to manage it all from one dashboard there. And then this is also going to help you be able to quickly produce PDF pitches that you can just show to potential clients. You'll also be able to pull up reports for specific clients that you've already landed there as well. So having this is amazing, especially if you're trying to manage clients and you want to see who's coming through the pipeline, which ones you haven't landed, which ones you have, how your projects are coming along. This is just a great tool to track it so you don't have to worry about having a separate tool for this. So what you'll need to do here is you will need to put in the company domain. So we will pop in their domain and click Add Client. Now you can see we have a client dashboard here. This is beautiful, a little empty, but we're going to work on that. So I want to show you a few things around here. So right here, we are going to be able to take the quick actions with this client. So here we can put in their contact type. So this is basically like, what is their status? Are they just a lead? Are they a sales qualified lead? Have they already become a customer? What kind of contact is this? So we'll say this is a customer here. And are they an active customer? Are they an inactive customer? We can set that here. So you can also add in a note here about this particular customer. And this can be anything that you want to remember. This could be something that you want to remember about certain conversations. So that way the next follow-up conversation you have, you can address it. This could be little details like a client's pet name that you want to remember so that you can use that in your future conversations. Whatever it is, you can add that in right here. And if they have any related links, whether this is like personal websites or sister websites or anything maybe they've referenced, you can add that in right here. If you want to be able to add though even more information, you can come up here to this edit button. And then this is where you're going to be able to add in a logo. You can say, oh, they have a $1,500 a month budget. I'm going to put that in. You want to specify what their industry is, the country, city, put in their contact information so you know who to reach back out to. Any of that here, you can fill all of that out here and save those changes. So you'll see now here it has updated our budget as we put in. And as of right now, you can even add in 10 clients completely for free before getting the agency growth kit here, part of SEMrush. Now you'll notice that we have this quick actions bar here across the client profile at the top. You can use these as shortcuts. So you can use this if you would like to be able to create a client task. So adding in here what the task is, what the priority is. And as you're sharing this, if you have team members who are coming in, all of you will be able to see this and access this. And you can put this in a workflow. Is this something that's brand new that's come up, a new task? Is this task in progress? Has it already been done? So this will all specify kind of where in the process you are for this particular task. And here you are able to do some of the things that we have also looked at, from checking the site audit, connecting the project, connecting the report. So if we want to connect this client to a particular project, we can select next to the project name that we've created and click connect there. And now we can see here right in our CRM, we can get an idea of the project and how it's doing. So let's say that this client gives us a call. We jump over here to our CRM. We can go to reports. We can go to projects, and we immediately have a view of what's been going, if there's any news, anything that we want to share with the clients. Now we can also do the same thing with a report. We can create a new report, or we can connect to an existing report. Now we haven't gotten into reports just yet. That is about to come up here, but we also have these tasks. I'm going to pause here for a moment and add in some example tasks. You will see that there are some templates here below. So if you're working on, let's say, keyword research, then you can use this keyword research template to get you started if you don't have your own set of tasks. I love this section right here, and this allows you to be able to find a whole bunch of ready to use templates so that if you need to report an SEO on the progress that you've been making for a client, this is going to help you do that. But you don't have to just stick with the templates that they give you. You can customize those templates, and you can even create your own custom template. So you are able to brand it specifically to your business so it doesn't look like it's an SEMrush report, even though that's not a bad thing. But if you want to be able to take out their logo, their colors, you can certainly do that. So this is just really super customizable, so you can make this unique to you and your business. So I know this is a question that I get a lot. How do I create an SEO report? How do I report on what's actually happening to my clients? Well, this is going to help you do that. So as you can see here, if you are starting from scratch, you can actually choose from over 200 widgets. So what we're going to do here is click on Create Report. So you'll see here on the left-hand side, we have some options. It is now showing us that we can actually integrate our reports with all of these different softwares here. So if we're using any of them and we want to pull in data, we can integrate that, which is really neat. Now up here we have widgets, and there is a whole lot of different widgets here. You can actually choose from over 200 widgets here to be able to build your report. and you'll be able to use so many different widgets because this is really, as we've gone through, so many different SEMrush tools. And it's allowing you to connect some of those tools. So you can also connect your Google Analytics data, Google Search Console, Google Business Profile, and even import images if you've taken different screenshots. So you'll be able to format it here however you would like. As I mentioned, customize your own template. This is how you're going to be able to do that. And you can even select a particular theme if you want it to look a certain way as well. So let's pop back up here to the widgets. And let's say we have some of our favorites here. So now we have the star icon. So as we go into any of the other ones, let's say keyword analytics, and we're going to look at the overview here. And let's say we really like the keyword research summary. We can favorite that. So let's say if we use that all the time for different reports, now all we got to do is go to favorites and we can simply drag that in here. So now we can pop in the keyword. This is great if we have a new client, we want to give them some information. We can put in a keyword, all of this just like we did when we were doing our own keyword research, apply that, and it's going to pull that data right in here. But let's see what else we got. More likely, we're going to be looking at our site audit, and we can definitely do a comparison. So if we want to do, let's say, our detailed issues, we can grab that and simply drag that over here, and we can look at what type of issues do we want to look at. Okay, let's do the 400 errors. Sort by page URL and apply. And then we can see here that it now adds that chart directly in here for us. Let's say we want to come back and we want to report on our rankings. So let's say we want to add in our position tracking overview. We will add that in here. Again, we can select the different metrics here and hit apply. So now this gives them the overview. But if we ever want to change anything, we can simply click on this edit icon. We can make changes to that and click apply. Now, they also have a new tool called AI Summary. So you're also able to use this as part of the agency growth kit, and it will summarize this report for you, put that into Word so you don't have to, or you could at least just edit it and pop it in right there. So once you have done this, again, you can come back over here to the formatting if you want to add a heading. Let's say you want to add then below that a little bit of text. So you can say this is, your rankings, let's say, and then down below here you can put in a short description. Last month you were here, this month you're here. You want to change this and say, I'm going to show 3 columns, and then I'm going to drag an individual widget into each of these columns, and that will just affect how it's actually going to be displayed. Once you are done, you can click on Generate PDF Report. So you will notice that you can go ahead and email the report. You can just put in the person's email address that you are sending it to. You'll be able to put in the subject, put anything you want in the body here, and then you can either just send it or you can schedule this report right here. And what this will happen is every week, it will take this template, this same report with the updated numbers, and it's going to send it out to whoever you have put up here as well. So once you hit generate and send, it is going to generate that report, and then it is going to send it out to that person automatically. And you'll be able to come back out to your main reports list here, and you will see now you have your report. We just have to add a name to it, so we can do that here. Editing the report, and we'll also be able to create a new report right here from scratch, or if we have a particular focus, we can use one of their many templates here and select that, and then just be able to go in and customize the report. If you're just getting started, it typically is easier to create a template based on one of their templates, just customize it to you a little bit, and then as you go, you can slowly start to create your reports. As you talk to more clients, you see what is most helpful for you. Lastly, you can return to your report, go here to the themes, and you are on this main theme here. Click customize, and this is where you are going to be able to edit the logo. So you can take out the SEMrush logo, add in your own logo right here. You can change the header, you can change the footer. So if you want to add in a footer, you want to put in the date. If you want to put in a page number, you can do that. If you want to add in a different logo right here, you can do that. So that allows you to fully customize your templates. You can choose a different one down here below, and then go ahead and customize the logo, the text, and all of those. Or simply like this one, just be able to click and edit. And if you just hover over, it will allow you to edit any of the sections right where you are. Now, popping back over to our dashboard here, you will see under the management section this feature called Notes. And here you'll have all of the SEMrush updates that have been occurring. So you can see there is a really long list. We got 272 pages here. There has been tons of updates that are going on just even in less than a week here that they have listed. So you can see what updates they've been doing. The keyword list has been updated, and this has been in the position tracking. We've had a data import, new backlinks have been added. We can see if there has been any fluctuation that's been mentioned on the SEMrush Sensor. Again, we can see the countries here that are being impacted here. And so this is something that may be worth looking at, seeing if there's any helpful information of something that they've added new, if there is an update in one of the databases here that you may have more access to information. So every once in a while, just pop on over to Notes and kind of take a look at what is going on there. And that, my friends, is everything in SEMrush. If you have made it through this whole tutorial, you are absolutely amazing. Make sure to bookmark this. If you need to come back, you're working on a project, you're trying to figure out something in particular, check the timestamps. Just jump to that particular section that you need. This is always here as a reference for you. I just want to say thank you so much for spending your time here with me, going through all of this with me. I really hope that you found this to be helpful. I will see you in the next tutorial, and until then, take care.